I mean, 'tis the time. And we should be live, hypothetically. Hello out there, world. Welcome to the 6th edition of Creation Science Theater. I am your host, Dr. Dino, here with Beamsy, Bumblebee, Mark Reed, and Ember. Though, Ember, I do not know when he shall return. He
They
is
shall
currently
return.
muted. Sorry, yes, they are currently muted. I am not good with pronouns.
That's okay.
Anyway,
Did somebody
we'll
say
get
pronouns?
Mm-hmm.
I am not good with them. I apologize. Anyway, once everyone is ready, we can truly begin. Today's subject is Mudfossil University. For those not versed in it, there are several reasons why this is a drinking stream.
Oh, right. I need my drink.
What do we
Good thing
drink
Several-
when Roger says?
Oh, don't worry, I have drink triggers.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Though a few less than last time.
Probably wise.
Yes. In
Fuck,
fact,
how do I
there
open
are
this?
only 2. But I have not gone through and counted how many drinks that totals up to, so there might still be a ton.
Do they involve feathers?
Not these particular ones.
That's also probably wise.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess, yeah, might as well go with the 2 triggers. The first, whenever he says something that is a crime against science.
Oh, no.
You may interpret that how you will. And the second is whenever he makes an appeal to mythology, be it the Bible or some other mythos.
Okay.
Those are our triggers, and we'll probably have well over 50, so might want to make your drinks last. Speaking
Well, I
of
have
drinks,
a whole box
though,
of them, so
I was going to say, speaking of drinks, let's go around and see what everyone has. I'm starting off the night with some Pseudo-Sue Ale, the official beer of the Field Museum. So, also the can is pretty. Like, I like the design. I dig it. How about you, Beamsy?
I unfortunately can't have alcohol, so I've got some Bundaberg ginger beer and I've got some blackcurrant juice for later.
Still sounds good. How about
Yeah.
you, Bree?
Oh, I am going with an American domestic from Anheuser-Busch, unfortunately, but I'm it's Busch Light, leftover from the birthday party.
So it's 6 in a canoe.
Yeah, basically, yeah. It's pretty much water. Or so, yeah, close to water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you get
fucking
the joke.
close to water. Mark, how about you? What are you having this
I'm
morning?
just having coffee at the start of the day, and I'll be drinking agua later on. So a bit of agua, bit of water.
And Ember, what you got?
I have a woodchuck hard cider, if I can figure out how to get the top off. Apparently, it requires an actual bottle opener. I'm fucking around with my multi-tool, but it doesn't seem to actually have a bottle opener. It's got a can
Do you know-
opener, but
Okay.
I mean, do you know the trick to getting them off with a spoon?
No.
You can do it with a spoon, but
A pair of multi-grips will work too.
Oh, okay. I'll just use the grip heads.
Yeah, you basically put the grip under the rim of one and put the tip on about 1/3 close to the rim and just pull gently.
I think I heard a pop.
Nope. It popped off.
What are you trying to open?
My stupid
Oh.
hard cider.
Are they flat nose or are they needle nose?
They're multi-tools, so they're a little of each.
Oh, wait a sec. I have found a video that might give you some instruction. Opening a bottle with a spoon. from Bernini Sparkling Wine.
Oh, that looks fancy.
I've actually got one of those on my keychain.
I see it's quite the ritual.
Oh,
For real?
yeah,
You've just got
I've
really,
done this
really
all the time.
Yeah, the other one is you like put the edge on, like you put it on the edge of something very, very solid, and then just hit the top of it. But that can damage stuff, so you got to be careful what you
I've
use.
ruined
I
some
mean,
countertops
or
that
you
way.
can kind of you can kind of
Yeah.
scoot the tip of the spoon under the lid, and then you can just pry it off like a lever.
I thought about trying the slam it against the table thing, but my desk I'm not sure if it's sturdy enough, and I don't want to break
that's
break
fair.
things. Yeah.
Fair. Anyway, while you're figuring that out, we do have a pre-video to get us acquainted with this wonderful, wonderful man. What is his name?
Roger?
Roger?
There's two of them, but it's probably Roger.
Yeah, the mud fossil guy.
Yeah, he
It
has
is-
a buddy who does some of the videos.
Well, it is 48 seconds long. So let's see how bad it can get.
Roger.
We now have proof of mud fossils, which are ancient, perfect human-like fossil preservation.
Cool.
You can even see the toes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Get your drinks ready, people. Get ready to chug. Right. Remember our triggers?
Crime Against Science, and what was the other one?
Appeal to mythology.
Ah, yes.
I already see crimes against science already. There's three of them sitting right in front of me, and it's
He has to
Well,
say
don't
them,
the rocks
BMZ.
themselves. The rocks themselves aren't a crime against science. Like, let's face it, they're just rocks. It's how he interprets them that's the crime.
Quite so.
Yeah. All right,
No.
here we go.
Okay, my friends, as you can see, we have some new types of feet, some in a highly eroded condition, some literally turned to sandstone.
I hate
Okay,
you.
we have some. There's two. We have some feet and literally turned to sandstone.
That's not sandstone, and it's not literally feet, and just I hate you.
Its pareidolia doesn't even pan out here as far as looking like feet.
I mean, also, Beamsy, that could be a fine grain sandstone.
I can kind of see it with the one that the feather is pointing at now. If where that ridge in the middle, where the ball of the foot and the toes like separate from the main part of the foot, kind
Oh,
of.
don't you worry, Ember. We're going to hear about lots of balls going forward.
Oh
Do you
yeah.
see how
Basalt?
Yeah,
Nice.
do you see how it's flaked? That's definitely a slate, so it's definitely a mudstone.
So it's a mud fossil.
Shut up.
Some turned to mudstone, and this is extreme amounts of blood coming down to the artery.
Extreme amounts of blood coming down to the artery.
It's fossilized blood, too. That's
Yep.
how that happens.
This one also has that. You may be able to make out a big bone here and a bone here. There's a bone on this one right there, which is the
Yes, because
Don't-
we all
don't you
have
see the
pointy
bones?
heels.
Yeah, that there's another drink there. Don't you see the bones?
I'm not saying them.
Oh, you're just not enlightened, Mark. You need to go reread your Bible.
Okay.
I think I need to go down the street and get another box.
Yeah. I don't even think the Bible covers this. You're going to need the Book of Enoch for this kind of nonsense.
I don't know why I spend all my time researching to do shows and stuff. I can just go grab some rocks out of my yard and tell people they are whatever they're shaped like. It seems like a win-win.
Yeah, just start making shit up. It works for the apologists.
What's
don't
with
forget
the
to-
feather on this guy's channel? Like, what's with the frigging feather?
I
need
so
to
when he-
understand it.
No.
There's some lore to that. When he first started,
Okay.
for the first couple of years, he would poke his screen so hard that it would flash every time he tapped the screen whenever he was talking about anything. People made fun of him and teased him enough about it that he started saying, I'll use a feather to do it instead so it doesn't make the screen wig out.
Wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
You watch his old stuff, he's just like hammering on his screen with his finger. You know.
I don't know why I find that so funny. Like,
yeah. What are we gonna do? I mean, he stopped. He like took the criticism and stopped doing it though. So good
Yeah,
on
I
you,
suppose
Roger.
I mean, if he wanted
So-
to look a bit
so-
more scientific, he could have used a laser pointer or something. You know, like I mean, come on.
I mean,
now.
so what you're saying is, if we make enough fun of him, he might just go away.
I don't think
no.
that'll ever happen.
Not possible. I also enjoy he's got that mythology book right next to his computer again.
Mm-hmm.
Our tibia and the fibula went here and broke right off.
That's not the side the fibula would be on.
Yeah, that's not where those go, Roger.
There's another crime against science.
And if you want a better mythology book than that one, you go for Out of This World. That one's a great one.
I don't know. I think I've got enough mythology books between Aaron's Bible reading and the Book of Mormon reading.
Yeah, at least those Out of This World is enjoyable to read.
That would be a plus.
This is pretty close to human. This is a little different. I don't know. And then we have spring foot ones, which are completely different. So this is all new species. We need to get them tested for DNA and see what it's all about.
We need to get him tested for DNA.
That should be a double drink.
Yeah,
DNA
I'll allow it.
You can't get blood from a stone, but apparently you can get DNA.
Of course,
Fossilized DNA. Oh my.
of course.
And how would you explain the pyrite in it?
I think
Fossilized pirates.
I would say you find the DNA and we'll test it. Okay, there's There's
Apparently
none.
he has. Apparently he's gotten DNA from these stones and it's come back as human DNA.
no. Stop. Stop it now.
Yeah, so that was our taste of this guy. I think we're up to 10 drinks from 48 seconds of video.
Oh boy.
This bodes well.
This bodes very well.
As for my last will and testament,
Who do you bequeath the Mudfossil to?
no, I bequeath everyone a boot to the head.
No.
Okay.
Oh, anyway, for our main film tonight, new evidence on the Triassic mass extinction. Ooh.
Now we get to learn the truth that the government doesn't want you to know.
And if you really want,
Uh-huh.
you know, I could bequeath all my rocks to you. You can go through all of them.
I might need a year or two.
You'll probably need longer than that because I've got a collection of about 30 geodes. One of them is a 3-chambered that I haven't found one that's actually able to be cut yet because I need to find someone with a 32-inch diamond-edged sword.
Mm. Wait, 3-chambered, does that mean it was a lizard heart?
No, it's 3 geodes that are fused into one.
Nice.
But it's so big, and you need to find a diamond-edged saw with about 32 inches to cut it.
Oh, a saw. I thought you said sword. I'm like, why does it need to be a sword?
Do
No,
you
it's
not
not.
trust those, like, geode crackers?
Oh, hell no. Not with a Thunder Egg.
Thunder
Eggs
egg.
are different. Yeah, Thunder Eggs are a little bit different to the normal geodes you expect.
I'm gonna guess they explode easily.
No, they're called thunder eggs because the Aboriginals of the region would find them after a heavy thunderstorm.
Oh,
That's
okay.
cool.
Is that just tradition?
Hill hugger, don't go about licking rocks. Just no.
Can you taste the geology?
Beamsy, you say that as someone who licks rocks.
I know.
So I noticed the mythology book is gone and it's been replaced by one called Ancient Mysteries.
Interesting. Anyway, the Triassic extinction, 3 layers worldwide.
And on the far extreme right edge of the screen, is that a radiation detector?
A Geiger counter.
That might be a Geiger counter.
What are you doing there, Roger?
Also, I
Jesus.
notice he has some petrified wood down here.
What's the Geiger counter? Oh yeah, I see
That
it.
looks
Oh, the
like
right-hand side,
petrified
yeah.
wood that's been tumbled, though. He bought that.
Not tumbled, but cut and polished, I'd say.
Well, yeah,
But,
polished.
yeah.
Tumbled. Well, it could have been tumbled. I don't know how it was polished.
Yeah, fair.
Um,
All right. What can you tell us about the Triassic extinction?
It's
Hey,
not
my
the on
outstanding
his rocks I'm
friends,
worried
who
about. It's
is not
in his rocks I'm
interested
worried
in
about.
mass?
What was that?
It's not the DNA on his rocks I'm worried about. It's the DNA he puts in his rocks.
Like a jelly donut.
oh.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
Oh, apparently John Rapp hasn't heard. Yes, geologists lick rocks. We do it regularly.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I
thought he
swear we're
was trying to
sane.
say you rock.
Yeah, there's a test. You're testing for how much moisture it absorbs or some shit like that. It's really weird. Geologists are weird.
It's also
we
going
can-
by the flavor. We can tell a lot of the minerals that are in it.
Yeah, we literally come equipped with a chemical testing laboratory. We might as well use it.
In any other field, licking your subject is probably frowned upon.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Most of them, yeah.
In astronomy, we wish we could lick the things.
When it comes
Do
to
you?
insects, though,
You would either
don't.
freeze or boil, right?
It depends. Like, most stars would probably ruin your day, but it would mean you'd be close to them, which is something.
Yeah.
So boiling in
once.
space. Got it.
Then we start talking about magnetize and then what they would do to you.
Now, a comet, that could be fun. Let's see if it really is mostly water.
Here, wait, this might sound like a dumb question, but does the sun have an atmosphere?
It depends on how you define atmosphere. It doesn't.
A gaseous layer above the surface.
Kinda. The whole star is plasma, but most astronomers would consider the corona to be a kind of atmosphere because it's matter that's part of the sun but isn't in a solid or liquid state. It's hovering above it.
Okay.
Or above the
that just
surface?
popped into my head for
Yeah.
some reason. Because it definitely would be big enough to attract gas.
Does Roger think the sun is that big?
I don't know what
Right.
Roger thinks.
Yeah, it's scary to think about what Roger thinks.
About the sun. I'm
That's
sure Roger's
sad.
licked
We
a lot
should-
of rocks.
We should probably let him say whatever crazy shit he wants to say.
Yeah,
though.
but I'll explain this to Hillhugger. The Titan was giving us grief by calling us rock lickers, and I just could not deny it. And then that's how we got into explaining how geologists do actually lick rocks.
Yeah.
Okay, my outstanding friends, who is not interested in mass extinctions? Well, they're talking about the Triassic, and then they're talking about the KPG extinction. And I have some very good information about the Triassic, because here it is right here. I'm going to show you the black cap, the gray clay, and the red bed. Here's the black cap. Underneath is the gray clay, and below that is this red bed. And guess what?
Did you just say red blood?
Yeah.
He did, but
Yes.
it seemed to be a slip of the tongue.
I
Yeah.
think he meant red bed. That was just.
He's got
Yeah.
blood on his mind. Maybe he's a vampire.
Maybe.
But which But which Triassic extinction is he talking about? The Triassic Jurassic or the Permian Jurassic?
I have no idea. I would guess
Maybe the-
Triassic Jurassic.
Yeah, in Triassic extinction would be my speculation, but
Yeah.
he's talking about 3 layers though, so I don't know
Yeah.
what formation he's talking about for that.
I don't even know what he's talking about with the black cap. It doesn't make sense.
So I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the Triassic, at least in England, was characterized by 3 layers that were always found together. And I don't know if it was exactly a red bed, gray clay, and black cap, but there were 3 layers, hence the name Triassic.
Yeah, it was divided into the 3 parts where, yeah. But that wouldn't be the extinction event that's all right there in those 3 parts. That's the full time period.
Now, Bree, you say that like you don't believe in the flood.
Oh, goodness. I almost forgot about the flood. Thank you for keeping me honest.
Yes.
That's the black cap. There's a footprint that was pushed down through the red bed, which was here. The whole thing was red. A guy stepped on that.
I think that's a crime against science.
Oh, boy.
It's just some guy.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, he's interpreting that entire big slab as a footprint.
Uh-huh.
Maybe it was a Bigfoot guy.
Squatch.
Oh.
And how is that a red bed?
He said it was a red bed. I have no idea.
And push gray clay, which was on top of here, down underneath. There's the gray clay.
Yeah, that's how
you see that?
Things work.
That's the red bed, which this was red bed all the way across. Understand?
I mean, it's very slightly reddish. I wonder if it's just really dirty and he just hasn't cleaned.
It could also be that his white balance is off.
I mean, it's picking up all the other colors, it seems.
Yeah, but we don't know. I don't know. Like,
well, there's a red band around the around that microscope camera thing he's got there.
Microphone thing, yeah.
Yeah, and that's I have one like that, and it's pretty red, but it does look there may be some red balance off.
Everything looks rather washed out.
Yeah, that's the ticket.
Yeah,
It
fair.
could be a saturation issue. And, with anything gray, getting any kind of color out of it is always a trick.
I don't work with video, so okay.
Understand what you're looking at now. This whole thing was a red bed. A guy came running, slammed through there, pushed this gray clay, which was on top of the red bed. It was red bed. It was 2 layers. Boom! Pushed it down through, and kept running. Then,
so is that written on the back of a? Is that written on the back of a canvas leaned against his computer
He
screen?
does that
I think it's a
all
whiteboard.
the time.
It looks
I
like
think it's a whiteboard with tape around the outside.
It looks like a back of a canvas with like a 6x6 painting canvas.
And he's got something drastically wrong with his camera, because I just found the book he's using, and have a look at the difference in color. I just put that in the private chat.
Righty.
That maroon is actually more of a scarlet.
Oh yeah. Yeah, his is super blue tinted.
Yeah.
That would cancel out most of the red in the stone, right?
There we go.
I was just thinking that book didn't look right, because I think I've seen it before, and I have, and it's not green.
I think I've
Also,
seen that book before too. That's weird.
It looks like John Rapp has done a little bit of Googling for us. The Triassic was named in 1834 by Friedrich August von Alberti after a succession of 3 distinct rock layers. The Greek trias, meaning triad, that are widespread in southern Germany. The lower Buntsandstein, colorful sandstone. The middle Muschelkalk. mushukak,
Yeah.
shell-bearing limestone, and the upper Kuiper, colored clay. Okay. So, yeah, 3 layers.
I'm glad you said those names and not me.
So Roger is just wrong off of the starting line because he's got the clay in the middle.
That
I
wouldn't
do want to
surprise
tell
me
you
now.
guys before we start again that this the petrified wood that we were talking about there on the right, that stone on
Yep.
top of it, he's very adamant is a goose head. Just so you guys know,
Of
I'm
course
sorry,
it is.
what?
the head
What?
of a goose. The head of a goose. Yep.
I think I just had a mini aneurysm. Are you serious? Sorry, did you say it's the head of a goose or did I have a stroke?
I think the
Why
answer to
not
that
both?
is yes.
Oh. A goose or some related waterfowl. Maybe it's a swan.
Oh, it's the
Oh.
legendary stone swan.
Hey, do you know? I think you need to play that on the stream right now.
Oh no.
You're no
Oh,
stranger
yep,
to
yep.
love.
Yep. Thank you, Team 4-star.
You okay, Vegeta? Yes, just an aneurysm out of sheer stupidity. Wow. Didn't think you were that stupid, Vegeta. Ah!
Thank you, Team 4-star.
Yay.
Oh, funny enough, Beamsy, I had the image pop into my head of when Vegeta gets so pissed his eye pops a vessel.
I think your rage broke.
I think your rage broke you, Vegeta.
All out of all the ash and stuff in the air, the black stuff, came down and landed on this footprint.
Beamsy, you know a lot about ash layers. Does that look like an ash deposit?
No, that does not look like tough or toughite.
But
Huh.
what about weaklingite?
And that's the black cap. That is the Triassic layer. This all happened basically in a day or two. There's no
Crime
I'm
against
against
science.
Oh boy.
Yep, a
God damn
day
it.
or two. A day.
We all know it was 6 days, Roger. Get it together. Oh no, wait, 40 days? Well, how long was the
40
flood?
days it was raining for. The flood was there about 7 months, I believe. So all up, it was just under a year, maybe 11 months or so, like 10, 11 months.
Yeah,
It's the
but what
flood.
he's got there is 2 bits of mudstone and a piece of sandstone.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it
And a
looks like.
goose. He's got his hand on the goose right now.
Oh no, Bree, you sent. Oh, is this where he says it's a goose?
I don't know. I did share the link for the goose part in the private chat there because I couldn't share it in the live chat to show people what I was talking about.
Give Brie a wrench.
If we're alive by the end of this video, we'll put that on next.
Oh, it's short. It's like 4 minutes. Absolutely.
Jeez.
no other way. There's no other way.
There's no other way. Crime against science.
No other way.
Not even considering there could be other possibilities.
Yeah, the black cap, grey clay, and red bed have still got me confused because I'm trying to understand what sort of sediments is he talking about when, as John nicely put, it's a sandstone, a limestone, and a clayless or a mudstone that should be there.
Also,
So
Beamsy.
nobody's.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say nobody's claimed that the black cap couldn't be a elite secret society keeping the gray clay and red beds under wraps.
Ooh.
Oh, jeez.
The only thing I've really heard of a black cap is usually from flood basalt eruptions. But
Anyway, Beamsy, I went over to the fossil skulls tab to try and open a new video or new tab to look for stuff. They misspelled Dilophosaurus in the URL. They spelled it with an F.
Oh God.
They were all wet at the same time. The red bed was wet, and the gray clay went right through it. And here it is right here. And we're going to look at this in a microscope. But that's the gray clay. That shouldn't be there. It should be the same color here. But
He
it's
does
not. It's
realize
because
that there's clays in other layers of the geological column, right?
I'm not sure he does, but also, I can say this with some confidence because I've seen it in my hometown. Sometimes you can have one rock that's completely different colors because one half's been exposed to the sun and the other half hasn't.
Sure, bleaching
Like
happens.
the limestone around my hometown does that. If you just pull it out of the ground, it's a pale blue, but if you let it sit in the sun, it turns yellow.
Oh, that's
So you can
neat.
find these little chunks of rock that are half yellow, half blue. And it almost looks like that's what happened here.
Around these parts, we've got granite gray on one side, and it's like a freaking half moon cookie. It'll be granite gray on one side and red, like red, like the red sandstone kind of red on the other side. And it's we have a lot of random rocks because the glaciers just dumped everything.
Yeah.
It happens. And then Lake Ontario chewed them all up, and so yeah, we have weird chimeric rocks.
If you really want
Yep.
some decent, colorful rocks, start digging into that area. That's in the Kimberley region, up in the north part of Western Australia.
Oh dear.
Oh, now I gotta go. Ooh, pretty.
Ooh.
If you dig into them, they start going yellows and reds and greens.
Oh yeah, that's pretty.
Oh,
That makes me think of Badland National Park.
Yeah, Badlands is cool.
Yeah.
but they're older than that, and they're up in the northern end of where Mark lives.
I imagine.
Yeah, they look a lot sturdier than Badlands, even though the erosion structure is similar. They clearly are made of sturdier stuff because the Badlands are literally freaking sand.
Looks like it, yeah. I remember we stopped at Badlands when I was going to field camp, and we just went for like a mile-long walk, and by the time we were done, I just had 2 whole armfuls of fossils I found. And then my
Of course
professor
you did.
noticed and said, "You got to go put those back."
I can almost picture you with 2 armfuls of it with a huge grin on your face.
Oh, I was smiling so much.
Although at the western end of the park, there's the world's largest drugstore, Wall Drug. This place,
Yes.
oh my freaking god! First of all, it's not just a drugstore. Obviously, it's basically an amusement park now. But there are signs for this freaking place 1,000 miles out. They do not mess around with their advertising, but they do have in their department store structure. They do have fossils for sale.
They also have a big mechanical T-Rex.
I didn't even see that.
Yep, I saw it when my grandparents took me there as a kid.
Nice.
And it moves around and goes roar and like steam jets out and stuff. Yeah,
I took my
it was
kids
fun to
to
see as a
a-
little kid.
I gotta go
Dinosaur
back.
Cafe in Kansas City that was a lot like that. Had more stuff. I mean, different stuff. Pretty cool.
Nice.
The best stuff we have in Australia like that is the bunyip down there at Adelaide.
Is it Adelaide or Adelaide?
Adelaide.
Adelaide.
Okay.
Don't say Adelaide. Please don't. Don't say that, especially if you're in the country. Like, people will laugh at your ass a lot.
Look, I had that word in a book when I was a kid, and I couldn't figure out how to say it, so I just went with Adelaide.
We don't want to talk about Melbourne then.
Oh, yeah.
I was. We have a few
Yeah.
interesting pronunciated places around these parts too. Up in New England,
Oh, yeah.
there's a medium-sized town that's spelled Peabody, but it's pronounced PBD. Peabody.
Yeah.
So, You're not going
I
to
live
win
near
against...
Wisconsin. Oh, God.
Well, you're not going to win against WA, which has some of the most fascinating suburb names that you could ever imagine. So, Inaloo, Upper Swan,
Well, so I live near Wisconsin. Here's a town in Wisconsin. How do you think you say this?
Shavo.
Nope.
Sheboygan.
Everybody knows
Sheboygan?
Sheboygan. It's
Sheboygan.
the fuck
Yeah,
is the other
I'm just
city?
gonna go up to Sheboygan and I'm gonna get some cheese from the shop up there.
Don't you know?
Yeah, what northern Wisconsin is sort of like half. I'd say it's like half Iowan and it's like half Canadian. Especially as you go farther north, it starts to shift a bit farther to Canadian, and you just start to. The words are all weird.
How long till their top of their head completely detaches, though? How far north do you go?
That's right at the border.
Ah,
It's a genetic thing.
I don't think Wisconsin has a border with Canada.
Yeah, that's why there are boxes on the side of the road. Please leave the top of your head in these convenient boxes. It's like when you get on the ferry from Tasmania to Melbourne. There's a bin off at the end of the ferry. Please put your second head here.
That could mean a few things.
ha!
Anyway, we
I'll
should
explain
probably
off
get
screen
back
because
to
it gets-
listening because we're a half hour in and 2 minutes into the main video.
Details.
I'll explain-
Yeah, this
I'll
tends to
explain the
happen a
Tasmanian
lot,
thing.
but still.
Yeah, I'll explain the Tasmanian thing off stream because it gets rather inappropriate.
Oh boy.
They pushed the gray clay down through. And then the black ash and all that stuff fell because we were almost impacted by Venus. This is all fully understood.
Oh, I see. It all makes sense now.
Abort!
Oh,
During
the
the
impact by
Triassic.
Venus, of course.
Yeah, science, crime.
Yeah, hugely.
I think that claim more involves Uranus, to be honest with you. I really do.
So, question: what was the precession of the planets like during the Triassic?
I don't think it would have changed too much compared to how it is
Basically the
now.
same, right?
Yeah.
As far as I know. I mean, Jupiter might have gotten a few more or a few less moons since then, but...
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's
Saturn
been
wouldn't have
played
had
back.
its rings because its moon wouldn't have been obliterated yet.
Oh,
Or
yeah,
that moon
that's
wouldn't
right.
have.
Saturn's rings are, by our best estimates, something like 500 million years old. So those are
Oh, there are
relatively
500
new.
million? I thought there were like 500,000.
Oh, yeah, that. I'm misspeaking because my mind's on something else. Mars, its two captured asteroids, Phobos and Deimos, they're relatively new also. I don't know the dates off the top of my head, but I know that they're only expected to last like 20,000 years total, and Phobos has 5,000 years left.
Okay.
Their
Wow,
orbits
they're
are not
really
stable.
young.
Captured asteroids, they don't do terribly well.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
Earth has several, doesn't it?
Sort of. There's a couple that are loosely bound to Earth's orbit. Shit, I forget the name of them off the top of my head. It's been years since I needed that information. With Jupiter, they're called Trojans. There's a special name for them for Earth, but I can't think of it at the moment. But yeah, they're not like in orbit of Earth like a captured asteroid moon, but they're gravitationally bound.
NEOs.
Yeah, bunch of goodies.
Near Earth object.
Yeah, there's fuck. It's gonna bug me. I'll Google it. I hate it when I can't, especially
And
the way
the-
my brain drops nouns when I want a specific name for something and it's just gone. That's just
Yeah, that happens to me too.
It's the worst. It's the worst.
If you want to actually help, you go for Quamalea, and that will actually get you into it because that's one of the first of the quasi satellites.
It's funny because you got us talking about planets because we were looking at geology, but that near Venus, it seems like I just get the impression that you guys are just trying to deflect from that topic. You all don't want to talk about how the time Venus, with last couple 100,000 or 100 million years, just tried to take us out. What are you trying to hide?
Yeah, I mean, well, for comparison, Venus never gets closer than something like 25 million miles, and we're 93 million miles away from the sun, so it's like pretty much a quarter of the way to the frickin' sun.
Well, that just goes to show how mad Venus was at us that it came all the way out of its way to try to take us out.
Oh, jeez. Venus wanted to kill the trilobites. It caused the Permian mass extinction.
Oh,
I have a
Angry.
feeling
That's-
it's causing the evolutionists mass extinction soon enough from aneurysm.
Yeah, for
Well,
real. But that would
Dude, we're
explain
only
why
a ninth
Venus
of the
has
way
no
through
moon.
this.
Venus has no
my.
moon because it sideswiped Earth because it was, angry, and that's what caused the what is it, the KT thing, the Chicxulub impact.
18 extinction.
that would have been way after the Triassic, though.
Details. The moon was lagging way behind.
Ah,
It takes a while to cross 25 million miles. Okay.
I guess.
The astrophysicists have to look at this, and people that are geologists and all the ists need.
Oh no, they've
to-
never
to
looked at it, Roger. They've
address
never
this.
looked at that.
I'm showing proof. I'm showing evidence that can't be denied. And they all died in this great flood. This was a great flood. And the red bed it's the bed, is the fleshy stuff that ran out of everybody's body.
Crime.
I think there were like 3 crimes in those 2 sentences.
What are you doing with that goose head, Roger? What are you going to do?
Oh boy.
So the red bed is the blood that came out of everyone.
The fleshy bits.
Why would blood? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's so weird.
Because planets are organic or organisms, giant organisms. Yeah. How did we know we didn't?
boy.
The Earth, that Venus didn't come to mate with the Earth. Oh,
Well,
yeah.
I think he's saying that the red bed is all of the people that died in the flood that's been somehow
Wait,
compacted
wait.
into.
No, Bree, I like your idea, and maybe Earth was a really bad lover, and that's why Venus is still so hot and bothered.
Ah.
No, that would make it a good lover.
Depends. It can go either way.
Well, I'm not going to say it.
It's red clay, basically. And then some of the ash and soot and all that stuff mixed in it, and you get the gray clays above that. And then the black cap on that. That should be normal. But this guy stepped on the gray clay as it was just settling, pushed it through the red bed, as we saw, and then the black cap came down and settled on top of everything. Very obvious, no question about it whatsoever. All
No
three
questions.
I have
No
several questions
I have questions.
and a drink. This beer is interesting. It's like on the edge of being fruity, but not quite. It's almost like a sour.
Like a blue moon?
Never had a Blue Moon.
I love a blue moon.
I'm
you want a
not really a
recommendation?
big beer person, but I've been wanting to try
Yeah.
the Pseudo Sue stuff for ages.
If you want a recommendation, try a Dark and Stormy.
Maybe. I prefer like ciders and stuff.
Dark and Stormy is Bundaberg ginger beer with Bundaberg rum.
Okay. Rum is pretty good too, sometimes.
But it's a sugar rum, so it's a very light rum.
Okay.
layers, 3 colors, all happened basically on the same day. And the gray clay got pushed down through the red bed.
I am seeing many more than just 3 layers there.
I'm not sure, man. I don't know.
Well, look at his thumb. You can see a dividing line right just underneath his thumb where there would have actually been.
The left-hand thumb.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, you mean like a little lamination?
Yeah, you can see the lamination, especially if you go for where the nail of his right-hand thumb is. You could see the divide there as well. And that's
No,
supposedly black cap. Yeah, the black cap. So that's definitely a sedimentary rock.
Yeah, definitely sedimentary, but
It also
Oh.
might be the fact being because his camera's so washed out in color.
yeah,
You might be seeing thing that's not there.
Well,
yeah,
all
it's
that.
super washed. Go ahead.
What? So, with the, like in clay, right? The red would
Mhm.
be iron.
Most often,
Okay.
yeah, iron makes things usually either red or yellow.
Because I
It's
can see
usually-
where the red's supposed to be here, but it's more.
Yeah.
It looks more yellow.
But as we've determined by the cover of that ancient mysteries book, his colors are not really well.
Yeah, there's no
Defined.
warmth in there at all.
That said,
right?
if everything here should be more red, his hands are crimson. I think.
Maybe that's why he turned it down, so that
Yeah.
people stopped asking,
Oh.
because they do look a little bit pale, but like accounting for the red saturation loss, I don't know. If he's outside all the bloody time, though, they should be darker.
Some people just don't really tan. At least not well.
Mm.
Plus, the blue light can just make you look paler, I think. That's why everyone looks so sick in Twilight.
I just thought that was just Twilight.
It's kind of both.
But they sparkle.
Okay.
Ugh.
That was the Triassic extinction. Now we're going to look at this in a microscope because this was wet when this guy landed on here. I call these suck-ups, and I'll show it to you. I put a little moisture on it.
Don't even know what.
What's he talking
that
about?
just looks like a little bit of erosion, like the patchy bits, if you could even see it. Like, it looks like patchy and dimpled. That just looks like surface erosion.
That's because that's what it is.
And you'll
So
see
what's he
on
claiming?
the
It is?
edges.
What was that?
What's he claiming it is?
It's where how you step on something like a clay or a mud and it sticks to your foot, so it sort of sucks down.
Yeah.
It's that. It's the breaking of surface tension.
Though shouldn't the footprint be on the dark bit if he stepped on the dark bit and pushed it down? Or does none of this make sense?
Why do you think I've been drinking so often? It just sort of he's wrong.
Yeah,
he's wrong. He's wrong.
It just doesn't make sense. Also,
This doesn't physics.
I found the thing I was looking for. Amor asteroids. It's an asteroid whose closest approach to the sun crosses the orbit of the Earth.
Amor asteroids?
Amor, A-M-O-R.
Okay. Neat.
Yeah.
It just went flat, but in the middle it went. And they made these suck-ups. We're going to see it in the microscope.
Speaking of sucking up, I think that's worth a drink.
That's
Oh, shouldn't have done that. That did not feel good.
My food is here, so I'm going to take a bite instead of a drink.
Yum. What you ordering? Or what you having?
Mexican. Enchilada.
Mm.
Sorry. Okay, so my friends, what am I alleged?
Oh, hey, I think you fixed the balance a bit. Maybe? Because these look redder now.
and the book looks a bit more yellow. So he is.
I think he turned up the warmth. Bit more yellow in the picture, which is less blue, which will get him closer to correct color.
Closer.
I am alleging this event happened just like that. All of this happened virtually within a few days. Now, This is the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event. Triassic means black cap, gray clay, red bed.
It means 3 layers. It doesn't have to be those 3 layers. And there are more than just those 3 layers in the Triassic. So
Details.
that's a drink.
Yeah.
This man needs to go to The Hague to stand trial for his crimes.
Definitely crimes against humanity.
Ugh.
It's the 3 colors. Now, here's what I am alleged.
Oh, were you saying something, Bree?
No, I was about to say, I wonder how you explain the camp.
Yep.
Central Atlantic Magnetic Province.
Is that an anomaly created by all the basalt?
Yes.
Okay.
Because of the crystalline structure?
Yeah, remember on that map I showed you? It's the Central Atlantic Magnetic Province. You would have seen them come up through the North and South America.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a map of igneous provinces Beamsy showed me. Basically, big volcanic eruptions.
Ooh.
Here it is. Got it. No,
Yeah, you can. Okay.
It's not actually volcanic eruptions. It's areas in which large amount of lava and magma have come up through the Earth's crust, all settled within the Earth's crust.
I mean, okay, not exactly the same, but close enough.
Yeah. If you look for CAMP, you can see some of them around.
Yeah, right here.
North, yeah.
Here, let me zoom.
There's
in
a
bit.
concentration there in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's curious. The when
I'm
you
Is that
gonna guess
Wales?
yeah, when you first mentioned it,
Oh yeah, there's
I
a little bit up in
Googled
England
it,
too.
Yeah.
and
But good.
the way Google phrases it is the camp is one of the most poorly understood LIPs. It is because it is thought to have been caused by the end Triassic mass extinction, rather than the cause of the end Triassic mass extinction.
No, I just knew it happened during. I wouldn't actually say that it was the reasoning behind it, but it's one of those things that creationists or people like this guy have no understanding of.
So, camp, is that the one that's up the
It's
east coast of the United States there?
Yes.
yeah, right here.
Okay.
There should be also some in the northern end of Brazil, but they're not showing it there. And there should be some above where South Africa should be, just north of where the ETN is down at the north of, but they're not showing that either. It should be north of there.
How does this match up with ley lines?
Bree, take a drink.
Yep, that's a crime against science.
Look
hey,
at Iceland, though. Iceland's like lit. Like, ooh.
Yeah. Also, I just noticed, like, you can see the line of Hawaii up here, and I think
You
Yellowstone.
see Easter
maybe
Island,
up here.
too. That one, that's the FOUN, that's Easter Island down there. And
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting map. And you can see the history of it if you understand what's going on.
Oh yeah. This one is this what led to the Deccan traps? This mass down here. Okay.
No,
you see Siberian traps
just-
up there, too.
You can see the Deccan traps there, the DECC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking at Siberia, and I'm like, the fuck is that area's problem?
That's the Siberian traps, right?
Yeah,
That's part of it, yes. It also goes all the way
that
across
killed
into Canada.
99% of life on Earth.
That's the
At
Great
conservative
Dying.
estimate. Yeah.
And it is a lot bigger. Like, it looks like these ones down at the equator are bigger, but the Siberian traps are
That's
significantly
just the
bigger
projection.
significantly bigger than anything else on this map, except for maybe. Well,
These
I'm
maps
sitting here
are-
pretending like I know. You guys talk. You're the geologist.
These maps are only showing what you would refer to as pointers of impact. So they are actually only where the magma has come up through the crust. It doesn't actually show the extent of distribution. Like if you do the Siberian traps, it would be much bigger than that.
So wait, will we see some stuff over here in California where like Yosemite is?
Yes, but they wouldn't actually be a red mark onto there because nothing went up through the mantle. There would be stuff that would have been flowed out through the Colorado lava extension.
Okay.
It's got
So
Mount
these
St.
are-
Helen on there, though.
The Cascades are heavily
Volcanic.
eruptive for volcanic. Yeah.
That's why basically the red dot, every single red dot is an area that has come up through the mantle.
Hmm.
But
Well, you can
if
see Africa's tearing itself apart right here.
Yep, getting ready to do another rifty-doo.
Although,
Yeah.
surprisingly, it doesn't look like that particular thing is trying to kill you guys down in Australia. Weird.
Australia has always been in the center of a plate, so it's one of those difficult ones to tear apart. That's
That's why we get
why,
very few earthquakes. Yeah.
and that's why the geology is so old.
Hmm.
If you ever want to go to a place that it does just feel old when you're there, go to the Kimberleys. I just cannot explain it, but it feels old. Like you're talking.
Most of your rock is really old, isn't it? Just
Yeah.
Yep.
did Australia experience like significant uplift at any point, or?
No, the biggest upwelling would have been in the center where we get stuff like Ayers Rock or Uluru, depending on what you want to call it.
So there's a place called the Pinnacles in Western Australia, and if you ever want to, there's a creepy feeling to it. It's just all of these rocks sticking out, like sort of just a limestone sticking out of the sand kind of thing, and it just feels insanely old, like just so old. I don't know what it is about it, and there's like seashells and stuff you can find in it. It's really interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Although also, Beamsy John Rapp has a important observation.
I know. I just want to throw my bottle at him. But it
Check
seems
out
to
the
me-
border of Zealandia. It's almost like framed.
Yeah, it's a hard corner. Yeah, best I can tell, the last major rifting event type thing Australia's ever encountered was the separation from Antarctica.
Yeah. But again,
Well,
that's just one of those interesting maps that a geologist can look at and understand very well.
I think that both continents have moved on since then, though. That was a long time ago. They're better off as friends anyway.
It's true.
I thought that Antarctica just gave us the cold shoulder.
I'll share a tab and show you this Pinnacles because they're just fascinating.
And I just found a geologic map of Australia.
Yeah, I said
It feels like you have a lot less tertiary stuff than you should. Or, well, Cenozoic stuff than you should.
the East Coast is a bit more active, but as you can see through the western side and through the southern areas of it, you're just getting old. It's very hard to explain.
Yeah, like, oh, well, that's a lot of Archean, jeez.
Yeah.
Is Australia where we've gotten our oldest surface rocks from?
No, South Africa is.
South Africa, okay. Oh,
But you see what I mean? Going in those sort of
Yeah.
areas, it just feels old, and it's hard to explain.
West Australia looks ancient.
let's see, Ordovician. Okay, so I would probably feel most at home here because I grew up surrounded by Ordovician and Silurian stuff.
Yeah, the East Coast has got a lot more interesting stuff, but the West Coast is where the most interesting geology is.
By the way, have I told you the story of how I found a shark vertebrae in a gravel pit?
No, you didn't. I didn't think you
Yeah,
could
I
easily
haven't heard
find
that
it.
one either.
Huh? I was camping with my family a few years ago. We were at a campground that had a lot of Devonian rocks, and I was just looking through a gravel pit that was there, and I found at least a fish vertebra, but it looked like a shark to me.
Well, I mean, we're close related to the bony fish than the shark is, though, right?
We are.
Here's how you know with the vertebrae on a shark, they have this ridged Well, let me see your fossil sometime, and I'll see if I can identify it.
I think I have it on my old phone somewhere. A picture of it. Sure.
Yeah. I won't pretend I can guess what it was, but there's like they almost like a automotive filter.
Yeah, I'm somewhat familiar with them from teaching in an anatomy lab, and it looked more like a shark than a fish, or like a bony fish to me. But hey, I could always be wrong. It would have been from a good-sized animal, though.
It's just
wanna see
unusual
it.
to find. It's just unusual to find something that's usually made of cartilage preserved so well.
It's unusual, but it was a very, very fine mudstone.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen because I've seen some happen themselves. I'm just saying it's
Yeah.
a very lucky find.
Yeah, and just that whole thing, it had to have come from like a mid-ocean reef or something, because it was all very fine except for all of the bits of coral and shellfish.
Oh, so it was an ooblet.
A what?
Ooblet.
I am not sure what you're referring to.
Tasty fish.
No, the rock itself.
Is this that
Ooh.
spooky place, Mark?
That looks cool.
Yeah, that's the pinnacles.
I want to do a ritual there.
And, like, I can't even explain the feeling. It just feels
But
so
can you give
ancient.
us a sense
like,
of scale for these?
It's like
Like
the
how tall
bones
are
of
these?
deep time.
just a sec.
Because like I feel like these could either be 2 feet tall or 20 or 30 feet tall, and I wouldn't be surprised either way.
You see a big foot just up in there, like they're just little bitty.
Yeah, like I feel this could just be that this looks like someone's shadow, or it could be a pinnacle shadow. I can't tell.
That sand looks so warm, though. I want to lay in it.
Oh, if you want to do that, why don't you come here and we can go to Whitehaven Bay and then you can lay in that sand,
Oh yeah, Whitehaven Bay.
and then
I'll
you'll
look
hate me
that up
forever.
now.
Oh, okay. So slightly taller than a human. Interesting.
Yeah. So but they're big enough that you sort of, I don't know. It's a really weird feeling.
They
but,
almost
you know,
look like termite mounds.
Yeah, kind of.
I think they're what was I saying? I think they're the amylites or something like that. They're sort of like stromatolites kind of thing.
Oh, cool.
I think so. Oh,
Oh gosh, Whitehaven Beach looks amazing. Why'd you have to tell me about that?
and there's the look, and that's what we got to put up with. There's the dreaded enemy. There they are.
The indigenous population.
Okay,
There they
the
are.
best beach I've ever been to
Reminds
was
me
a
of
place
Hoodoos.
called Bahia Honda in the Florida Keys. Beautiful beaches with really, really gorgeous view.
If
So
you're
this is
feeling adventurous, go to Lake Mojave. And I know it sounds weird to say that my favorite beach ever was on a lake, but crystal clear water. It's so gorgeous. Yeah.
Cable Beach is the best I've ever been to. Cable
Yeah,
Beach.
well, I just put the link for Whitehaven Bay in the private chat.
It
if you
is
want to have a look at that.
Whitehaven Bay looks like amazing.
It
Box
squeaks.
I'm sure it's full of box jellies, but
No, it's actually
Ah,
further out
great.
from the. It's actually on an island further out from the coast, so jellyfish don't get there. And it's
good.
on Whitsunday Island, which has no one living on it. So the only way to get there is by boat.
Actually, the most interesting beach I ever was on was one in Vanuatu, I think, and it was made up of hermit crabs, like all over the beach, just millions of hermit crabs. It was so cool.
Crab
that was
invasion.
like legendary.
Yeah, well, Dino will understand this when I say it. That's actually on the edge of an extinct volcano, and that sand is 99.9% silica.
Oh, cool. So
It
it's a white
squeaks.
sand beach?
Yeah, and it squeaks.
It squeaks.
You
Nice.
walk and it squeaks.
We'll be like a sixth of a way through the video now. We keep talking about planets and beaches.
Well, have you ever
So-
heard of the Hawaiian green beaches?
Yeah,
No.
I've seen pictures of them. They were interesting.
I have not.
You want to explain them, Beamsy, while I look it up?
It's because of the basalt so raw. When it actually is eroded down, it gives a slight of an off-line green color to them.
Yep. Look at this.
Ooh.
There's just these big old chunks of what is it? Does it start with an O? Common volcanic mineral?
I thought
Obsidian?
it
No.
Is this close to the Giant's Causeway? Because it looks like the same kind of stone.
No, Giant's
formations.
Causeway is Ireland.
yeah.
Oh man,
It's-
this
it's
is
volcanic.
killing me.
I thought it was obsidian that actually
olivine?
breaks it. That's-
Okay, it's not epidote, but epidote reminds me of it.
Yeah, it's because of the lava that has been turned to basalt is so fresh. When it breaks down, it's very highly mineralized, and that's what it gets its green color from.
Olivine. They have big chunks of olivine, which is like a pale green or yellowish color.
That's
And
what Ember
they're
said.
tougher. Oh, you did? I was trying to look. I didn't hear.
it happens.
But yeah, it's more resistant than the surrounding minerals, so they
Oh, yeah,
erode out
makes
where
sense.
everything's else is gone.
Yeah, that's trippy. That reminds me of the Veritas story from
Yeah.
Kim Stanley Robinson. But I was
I like
also
the
looking
black
things up.
beaches.
And
Yeah.
according to the Smithsonian, while there are individual rocks scattered here and there around the Earth that are older, the oldest chunk of crust on the planet is Australia. It's older than plate tectonics. They
It's
dated this some region like the Jack Hills region of Australia to, depending on who you ask, it seems to be around 4.25 billion years old, and plate tectonics started 3.6 billion years old, or years ago, whatever, one of those.
And that's near Broome. Sorry, that's near the Kimberleys, and that's why I said, being in that area, it just feels old. And that's why
Yeah,
I mean
that's
it.
the one part of the planet that the surface is as old as freaking the surface on Mars.
Wait, also, we get a better look at it now. I think that is a Geiger counter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Makes you wonder what Roger's getting up to there in his little secret lab.
hmm
He's going to resurrect one of these mud giants and rule the world.
he's
Well, we might as
probably
well let
worried
him
that
explain
something-
it.
Oh, you know what?
For this particular extinction.
I'll bet you he's brought in like random hunks of uranium ore from time to time, and so his doctor probably made him install a Geiger counter.
You know, the sad thing is, I bet you're right, and he might try to say like, it's radioactive because of some mystical BS.
The Nephilim infested it or something.
Hey, if you're ever doing geology in the Northern Territory, you have to have a Geiger counter with you.
Yeah, there's some places
That's-
like that. Fun
Maybe.
fact, a lot of
guys-
fossils are radioactive.
Did you guys ever consider that maybe radiation is demons?
At any rate, I think Roger has some other things to say to us.
extinction event was that there was a global flood. It washed all of the
Crying.
red blood and
Yeah, already had another
Mhm.
drink.
How much blood does it take a global flood to wash away?
That was 3 drinks in how many ever seconds that was.
You think so?
Although that would explain the excessive iron oxides found in the red clay as in the Triassic.
Oh, he's winning Ember over, guys.
erodible flesh.
That's a band
Erodible
name.
flesh.
That's my band name, guys. I called it. You can't have it.
That's 2 drinks there.
Holy shit, that name.
I mean, technically all flesh is erodible.
I don't want to know what you do on your weekends.
and turned it into basically a slurry of red clays. So this is the red bed. All right, now, then the guy came running, tried to get the hell out of town, and he steps on the gray clay, which had covered the top of this, because you start with the fleshy stuff. Then you get into some other.
So this man is running across a field of body bits.
No, apparently everyone was killed by the flood and turned into fleshy bits. Then
All
it was covered in grey.
stones.
And then a guy runs across it.
No, after it has grey clay put across it. So somehow someone didn't get turned into the red fleshy bits that were the erodible.
Fleshy bits.
So
I'm losing
the
count
whole,
of how many drinks that is.
the whole rest of the world is like Lot's wife, right?
Oh,
Unless you're in the ark.
so we're either salty or
Wait.
fleshy bits.
Wasn't she turned into a pillar of salt?
Yeah.
Go with a pillar of pepper, Mark. Jesus.
Okay, well, I mean, your condiment of choice.
Also, Beamsy, I would say finish your drink, but I just opened a new one.
So that reminds me of Luray Caverns in Virginia. In this cave, it's your normal limestone type cave, but there's a salt column in there that they named Lot's wife because it's about 6 feet high and looks vaguely humanoid shaped. If we took Roger there, he would absolutely lose his shit.
Let's do it.
I'm
take him
sure
there.
that Ron Wyatt has already found it. I'm sure.
All the biblical stuff.
Aggregates.
He's
Let's
he's
call it
done
that.
2
Mostly
arcs.
this is just red.
Oh, 2 different arcs?
Yeah, Ron Wyatt's found 2 arcs. The Ark of the
Impressive.
Covenant and Noah's Ark.
Oh, yeah. Cool. Both the arcs.
This is literally almost 100% blood. I mean, this is about as red as it gets.
What?
And that,
What?
Fuck me. How many drinks is that?
I lost
At
count.
least one.
That is not as red as it gets. I don't know what his estimation of how red things get, but that I don't
I just
Could
understand.
Hey,
you
don't-
make a bloodstone, like if you drained out all the plasma and filtered out this, like centrifuged it and took just red blood cells and then compressed them in the same way sandstone is compressed? Could you actually make a bloodstone that way?
You'll end up with heme.
yeah, you could do it. But there is a mineral called a bloodstone.
How much? What makes
Doesn't
the red
surprise
and is the red iron oxide?
Like this is bloodstone.
It's a turquoise.
Oh,
It's still
Well,
called
that's-
bloodstone.
Yeah,
because
it's
it looks
heliotrope,
like
which is
drops
type
of blood. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's
it's
pretty.
a turquoise. But it's a
Hey, I have
heliotrope.
a crystal
Yeah.
very much like that obelisk-looking one.
And
somewhere.
Dino, that's as red as it gets. Shall we show them where you dyed your shirt?
Shit, what was it called?
You're
Wyoming.
the one that did it.
Ugh. Yeah, but I'm like 2 drinks in.
The red,
And my brain
the red
is
is
long like
the red is hematite in that. So with hematite, what are we looking at? That's going to be made of.
Chug water. There we go. Yeah, that's not as red as the chug water, man.
Damn.
Yeah.
That also looks like the
Wyoming?
surface of Mars.
Yep.
Is he sure it was
it also
Venus
interacts
that
with the
swung
Gypsum
by?
Springs.
Oh, look, that's 3 layers.
said
That must
Venus,
be
yeah.
triatic.
Yeah, because
What
I'm
was that?
just thinking, like, the surface of Mars, the northern hemisphere, is missing about 5 kilometers of material. So, maybe it got dropped over here.
Well, I mean, an ochre is pretty red, right? I mean, that's
Oh,
Well, they-
here's a good image. Here's a good photo of it. So yeah, this red down here is the chugger. Go up a
Ooh.
bit, and you get the shit. What was it? The I Gypsum Springs. Which actually a lot of the rock here it feels like porcelain, and it's actually called porcelainite, and it
Nice.
clatters like bits and pieces of china under your feet.
Because it's an ooblate that actually contains a lot of limestone, and that's what actually makes it the chalk-like consistency of it.
there's stone like that around Bullhead City in Arkansas.
Wouldn't be
Feels
surprised.
It feels like porcelain. And it's real. Like, the stones are like lighter than you would expect them to be by looking at them, and
Yeah.
they clatter against each other.
And then, like, right up here in the very top of the Gypsum Springs is where I found my dinosaur tracks. Not at this site, but like right about there in the column.
How dare you talk about the geological column? It doesn't exist. Don't you know that Dr. Dino knows that?
Yeah, totally doesn't I'm not looking at it right now.
Doc, is Donnie going to let you debate, or did you get anywhere with that?
Hypothetically, I actually was invited to the open mic on Thursday,
Okay.
so I'll be there for that
With who?
with Kent.
SFT? Oh, you need invites for that now?
And I just
Well,
cracked.
no, but I was
No, it's an open
specifically
mic.
invited because I've been wanting to talk to a creationist about my birds.
Aha, yes.
I
So
mean,
you're gonna get
I
him to
doubt I'll
explain
get
why?
any. Oh, go ahead.
Are you going to get him to explain why birds aren't dinosaurs? What features that birds have that make them not dinosaurs?
That's what I'd like to do, but I doubt I'd get any farther than Dapper, sadly.
Yeah,
But I would give it a shot.
I'll have that discussion with you, Kent. I talked to him a couple weeks back, and Donnie said he wanted to set up a debate, but I don't know.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Did he start calling you darling, or is it just still sir?
He called me a crazy lady.
Well,
He was-
Yay!
Well,
Uh,
at least he got the
yeah.
gender right.
Yeah.
I don't think Kent realized I was trans. I'm sure he does now in like the aftermath. But the whole time we were talking, I don't think that he realized.
My question is, does it matter? Because
Yeah.
you're a she.
It matters
she
to
us.
him.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, Dan.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It does not matter. I am a welcoming Dr. Dino.
Yeah, all us freaking humans probably look the same to you anyway.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to be specious.
And we all taste like pork.
I'm starting
I
to
will
think he tried
confirm
to-
that, but not explain how I know.
Yeah, I'm starting to worry about the doctor. If you look on his arm, he looks like he tried to slit something.
Oh.
I don't know. That looks like a
That's-
cat-related injury to me.
Yeah,
John,
that's
I know.
not-
Yeah, yeah, I wouldn't want to do that.
Was the flesh, eroded flesh. That's all it is. Then the gray stuff sort of settled on down. Now he came running and he hit the gray stuff, which was up here.
Yeah, hit me with gray stuff.
And how was he
Push
part of the
down.
red bed?
Because reasons.
Yeah, it's
He smashed through.
no, but if the red bed is the leftover, if all the fleshy stuff from all the people of the flood, how was there someone left around to be able to step on the grey clay?
I
Well,
mean,
it
hey,
must have been
maybe there
Noah.
was, or maybe Noah had an extra son that nobody talked about, and he fell off the ark and happened to get on a previously flooded bit.
And he grew up to become Aquaman.
He was making a flesh angel.
Oh my!
Oh.
Christ!
Damn it, Bree.
Through the
Breeze, you
red
on
there.
hills.
So now we can see, and I'm going to show you this in the microscope in a minute. You see all my little
Look how red it
things
is,
here. But
guys.
this,
Yeah,
what
I
happened
remember
was
that.
the gray clay.
The wood under it is redder than the rock.
Yeah.
So, Bree, your honor holes are now called what? The flesh beds?
The flesh beds.
Oy vey.
Now it's not on the top anymore. It's down at the bottom because it got pushed through. And we can easily see here the two different
He's going to
colors.
spray on his computer.
Let me get a more light on here.
Surprise
to
me.
see it. But there's the gray clay. There's an exact, distinct line.
Okay, now it looks a bit redder. A little bit.
So I wouldn't even describe it as red stone, though. If I like found a stone that was that color, I would be like, "Oh, this is a red stone." That would
Yeah,
be my...
that's a brown. And
Yeah,
again,
I'd
the
say
wood
brown.
is still redder than the rock.
And I mean, it's not hard to see at all. And it's at the bottom, and it shouldn't be there. It should
Why
be up
shouldn't
at
it
the
be
top.
there?
Also,
Why?
he can't consider that the rock was upside down.
I was just thinking that. I'm like, did you turn the rock over, Roger?
I like how when Dr. Dino plays it, he goes and pushes the start button on the Geiger counter. I love it.
Oh, also, John Rapp. Spoilers, no one has ever seen a dinosaur produce a non-dinosaur. I'm
No
not
one's ever
going to be
seen a
arguing from an
dinosaur.
evolutionary perspective.
No one's ever seen a dinosaur. They're all dragons. What's wrong with you?
Oh, oh boy. Yes, I am a dragon. But yeah, I'm not going to be arguing from evolution. I'm sure Kent won't acknowledge that at all. But evolution is not going to be a part of my argument. I'm going to go with birds are categorically a type of dinosaur.
Oh yeah, that's a fun
And
way
if
to
he
confuse
can't understand that, then
boys.
it's his problem, and I'm going to call him out on it.
He's gonna say, just because you can call it a dinosaur and put it in the group with dinosaurs doesn't make it a dinosaur. You know what I'm saying? Well,
Well, good for you. People
Dinosaurs
call
know
him
their
a
own
credible
kind.
person.
I can feel my brains leaking out through my nose.
I need somebody else to do a Hovind impression so I don't feel so bad about mine.
The Bible
guys.
clearly says that the creatures of the ground and the creatures of the air were created separately, on separate days even.
No, Ember, you got to put in a little bit more sleaze to it.
I need
No one
more
has ever
practice.
seen a bird produce a non-bird, a cow produce a non-cow, etc.
Listen. You think you're related to a strawberry?
There you go. The way you
Not
said strawberry
science,
was
that's just
perfect.
lines on paper.
Somebody tell me about the ice canopy.
Oh, so we're
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about water.
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 Oh,
I think we have to drink for what we just did.
Yeah, I think
yeah.
so too.
I
And we also have
Magazine.
to buy my DVDs.
Oh boy.
Oh. And if you guys aren't subscribed, the people out there aren't subscribed to Big Bad Mama, subscribe to Big Bad Mama.
yeah.
They got some hilarious Kent Hovind videos. You might even see yourself on there and not even know if you frequently comment in the comment sections.
Oh, actually, on that note, please do subscribe to everyone here. Everyone except Beamsy has an active YouTube channel. The ats are all in the description, folks. If you like what you hear from them, go check them out. I guarantee they have a lot of great stuff.
Well, my YouTube would be more active, except I lost the password for it.
You can change the password.
How are you
That
signed
open
in?
mic. Whose channel is it on? Whose channel is that open mic on?
Oh, SFT,
Huh?
right?
SFT.
Oh, okay.
No,
I'm tossing up whether to go or not. To be honest with you, I kind of.
Is it Thursday?
Yeah, the channel I'm talking about isn't the one I'm speaking on.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, your private
Uh-huh.
channel. Yeah, you can change the password. Do you still have access to the email?
I don't even know the email that was signed in on.
Well, you
jeez.
can get a username recovery kind of thing. Like,
I don't care.
While
Okay.
we're on the subject of debates, though, I've been contemplating doing a devil's advocate style debate channel to make people understand the opponent's side better, kind of thing.
Nope.
So if you know anybody who thinks their debate chutzpah exceeds, like they're a better debater than just the arguments they present, if they feel like they're good enough, they could stand for the other side, then yeah, I'm going to try to put together a little arena showdown sort of
I
deal.
can do that. I
I
can
mean,
do that.
it depends on how dishonest you let us be.
Well,
Like, I
it's,
could
look,
dishonestly argue
it's
for a young Earth.
No, no. Okay, so it's not dishonest because you're basically saying, hey, I'm arguing this as devil's advocate kind of thing. It's what you do in debate to practice it. Like I did a debate against did everyone know Christopher Maldi?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or,
so I
like,
did a debate
here,
against him that
Okay,
what?
I do understand that, Mark. I'm saying I could argue for a young Earth, but I could not do it without being dishonest.
No,
But
it's
I
not
do
dishonest.
understand how those
Like,
who do
just
argue
wait.
for it.
I had a debate against him that psychology is not a real science kind of thing. Like, but you make it like you're not being dishonest if you say up front that, hey, I am playing devil's advocate in this debate kind of thing, right? How are you being dishonest?
Yeah, here I already made the trailer for the thing. If you want to, I put it in the screen share thing. If you want to have a look, so it isn't about dishonesty, you know.
You can't
Alright.
argue your opponent's position. You don't really understand either side. On this show, debaters are encouraged to elevate the discourse by standing to represent the position they do not personally hold. The goal is to promote greater understanding, empathy, and foster a better, more rational conversation. Welcome to Devil's Advocate.
My issue with that
why
is
does that guy sound like a bit like Roger? Like, why is that? Why?
Britishness, maybe.
Maybe.
So
Yeah.
that's what debate is to me. At least that's what it was when I was in school. You didn't get to pick your
Yeah.
position ever.
Exactly.
They said, you're, this,
Yep.
you're arguing this point or you're arguing that point, and you tried to do it.
Yeah,
That
fair,
was the-
fair.
Yeah. So I mean, when I don't know. Me and Mark had a debate, and I don't know if I hold all the positions that I presented in the base and in that debate firmly, but I debated that position, right?
Sure.
But
I
fair.
remember that.
Maybe I'm just not putting my thoughts into words right. Like, I could convincingly debate for a young Earth, but in order to make myself do that, I would have to leave out information that I know about that leads me to the conclusion of
Well,
an old Earth.
To ease your conscience on that one, anytime you debate, you have to leave out information. You have to pick what you're going to present. And once you're past the opening, you can't bring in additional new info, you know?
Yeah, I guess.
So
Yeah.
it's a hem and haw kind of thing. Like if I'm arguing a murder trial, if I'm a defense attorney and I know my client is guilty, it is my duty to not say that, you know?
Yeah.
And not present evidence that shows your client is guilty.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't think this guy would win any debates anytime soon.
Maybe with a gish gallop.
Over the top of
Yeah.
this, and then that landed on this. This is obviously the black cap. I mean, they don't get any blacker than that. And
Oh,
that is
obviously.
because that one.
They don't get any blacker than that. Any,
But let's not take that out of context. Let's just drink.
And if you can see by the link in the channel, that's the other that's the channel I've lost the email and password for. So you can see what
Yeah.
you can see what the issue is.
Oh yeah, you've shown me this before. I remember the clown nose image. Yeah.
I think I saw you around
Was all-
back when you were active under that account.
Yeah, and the intro is also something that could have got me into trouble.
Oh,
I'm not going to play it on my stream. Let's put it that way.
I just said, "Hello there, I'm my name."
Yeah, I know, but I'm not Australian.
In fairness, B.S. Lewis exists.
Right.
All the combustible stuff that was in the air falling down on top of everything. So you had the red blood.
Yeah,
Drink.
I know. Drink.
Poor Roger can't even
great
finish
cl-
a sentence without several drinks.
Which is
Yeah.
sort of nasty stuff that was
Drink.
fallout. And
Oh goodness, you guys! I'm gonna be like white girl wasted here in just a few minutes.
Yep, I'm getting
the
close
trick
to
is to
finishing my
sip.
first bottle.
I've
got
gone
your-
through
I
three and a half.
am sipping,
damn you!
I'm
am
almost
sip-
through my second.
I'm switching to.
I should have got a spoon.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I've
need a
been-
refill, but I'm only drinking water, so that's not.
I'm
that
switching
much,
to
but-
tequila and white soda. So
Oh, jeez.
No, watch out!
I-
Watch out!
I used to really like tequila, but now every time I try it, it just makes me gag.
Yeah, I've gone through 3.5 of these Bundabergs already, and I've just been sipping every time he says something stupid.
I used to like tequila, but I only sort of it's easier to take in like shots with lemon, afterwards.
Yeah.
That's probably
Just
the
that-
easiest.
this
Like,
is like
thing
a
was-
peach tequila, like a
lemon.
flavored.
That
thing.
actually sounds really nice, Brie. Peach and
does,
tequila
but-
sounds really good.
Like
Yeah,
what?
that peach
Like my
tequila and
thing
white
was,
soda.
I used to drink a lot of tequila, and more than once I drank a little bit too much tequila,
Mhm.
and so now every time I smell it, it just makes me gag.
Oh,
that's
I was like that with vodka for years.
I
when
can't
I
do
was
vodka.
younger.
I just can't do vodka.
I love vodka and like Red Bull. now.
But
That's
it's
my
made
fave.
of potatoes, Doc.
Then I'll have
Potatoes
potatoes. I would rather
Potatoes
eat
evolved
2
after
raw
that.
potatoes than have 1 glass of vodka.
Ooh, raw potatoes are good too.
How come you didn't use the potatoes to make electricity back in the Cretaceous though?
I'm not going to confirm what we did or not,
Free
Okay.
drink.
but feathers do make a
Humans-
little bit of static.
Humans invented potatoes by our power of agriculture, so they didn't have that option available. Though there may have been an analogous
There would have been
produce of
tubers
some
and
kind.
tubers big enough, I'm sure.
Basic tubers, maybe, but they probably wouldn't have had the starch quantity to create the electrical potential necessary.
Does anyone know what a tequila stuntman is?
A person who
I do
drinks
not.
tequila for sport, and I don't know.
Is it a drink?
I don't know. I'll tail hugger.
Oh, I have no idea. Okay, the one vodka drink I can drink though is vodka lemonade, but it has a very low concentration of vodka.
Yes.
Anyway.
we guessed it was a drink, but we need.
We
a
should
little
make
bit
a
more information.
Mudfossil University drink.
Oh no.
No,
Should-
out of that, out of that
should you just
flesh
shit in a
layer,
glass
fleshy
and add
layer.
water?
We could call it the fleshy layer.
Fleshy.
Oh. Wait, actually, you could do it with like blended watermelon and something.
I might
That
call
might
this
actually
drink
work.
something.
Well, if we recreate the Triassic, it wouldn't necessarily be Mudfossil. It'd be Mudfossil's Triassic. Mudfossil itself could have a different drink that would just plain make you stupid.
Or
I'm starting to think of. You take a large chunk of watermelon, put it in a blender with gin, a little bit of absinthe, and then a small dash of tomato juice, and blend that up.
Check this out. I'm going
Maybe.
to call this drink Redder Than Red.
but for the
it's
mud
ultra
fossil
red.
one though, have you guys ever had an alcoholic shake, like ice cream shake?
Sort of. Not really a
Yeah,
milkshake kind of thing, but daiquiris are
Basically,
like
yeah.
that.
But yeah, do that with chocolate ice cream and Oreos, crushed Oreos.
You can do like a mudslide type drink and call it for Mudfossil University.
Yeah, maybe do like Irish cream or something.
Ooh, you should call. That's what you should call these streams. Is Mudslide University? We all drink mudslides and try to get through. I love a mudslide, though. I'm going to say that right now.
Well, unfortunately, we already have the next target for next week, but I can put it on the list. Next week is Roger's Disciple.
You guys, my birthday is coming up here too. I might do a stream and do some Mudfossil University. It's not this Friday, but the next Friday.
Oh,
what time?
You're a July
I
baby.
work at 7 on Fridays.
I haven't decided. It probably if I do something, it'll probably be like 9 or 10 Central Time. It'll be late enough to drink.
I can see if I could get the night off.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what's up. But yeah, I'm turning 40, so it's kind of a big one.
Wow. Cool.
And I mean, I'll say it again. You do not look it, so I'm not sure if I believe you. But okay.
Listen, Mr.
So
150 million years old.
So if you sleep with bugs around you, it keeps you younger. There's actually science behind that, don't you know? Especially bees. Oh goodness, that's what we'll talk about. Oh my god, I have to tell you guys about the apiary therapies. Oh my gosh, you guys will get a kick out of it. It's like this, except for with bees and their magical qualities.
Oh, like how the royal jelly like rejuvenates stem cells or some shit.
Oh, there's so many different things. Just sleep with a hive of bees under your bed, things like that.
That seems like a great plan.
Wait, royal jelly rejuvenating stem cells. Is that what that Futurama episode was based on?
Oh shit, I forgot about that.
I remember there's 2 separate episodes of Futurama, right? There's the royal jelly episode, and then there's the...
Well, the stem cell one, the professor just killed people for their stem cells.
Yeah, I remember. She's like,
But,
in the same way
the royal jelly one.
In the same way an infant could fight off Mike Tyson. That's what the lady said about stem cells fighting off aging. Yeah.
What's possible?
Get that $300. Get that $300 tax surplus. That's what you buy with it.
And then you had the red.
Or just drink so much coffee, time stops.
Oh.
I've tried that. It turns out even the blackest coffee does not equal the gravitational effects of a black hole.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to watch Futurama with Dr. Dino now.
It used to be my favorite show. And
Mine
it might
too.
still be my favorite show. I just haven't seen it in like a decade.
Futurama was supposed to take over from Simpsons, and it really should have. It should have just, taken over, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's my opinion. That is a contentious opinion, I admit, but that's my opinion.
No, I think you're right. I think Matt Groening was hoping for a brighter, more comedic, somewhat horrible future. But the regular American just wanted, Joe Schlub to work at a nuclear power plant.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen his new one, which is Disenchanted, but it isn't that great, unfortunately. It's very
not as good, no.
Yeah.
But side note on the coffee thing, though, I could swear sometimes when I've had too much coffee, like time just feels like it slows down a bit. That might be a placebo thing. I don't know, but it just feels like my perception of time changes when I drink enough.
Well, it depends on your sensitivity to caffeine, because the way caffeine works is
I am extremely sensitive.
How much eroded flesh are you putting in your coffee?
Yeah. Is this coffee from the fleshy layer?
It was an espresso with like 10 shots.
10 shots? Oh. I'm going to assume that's 10 shots of eroded flesh.
Because it was finals week and I needed to get something done. And I stayed up for 3 days afterward.
Oh, that's insane.
Yeah, because what the caffeine does is it blocks the neural receptors that receive the the depleted energy. Goddammit. When you use the ATP, it produces the thing, and then the cell receives that thing, and when it builds them up, that's what tells you you're tired. Caffeine
Yeah.
sits on those receptor sites so they can't bond, so you don't feel tired. You're still burning energy. You still need to replenish it, but you don't feel it. So your brain runs as if it were fresh.
But like I was drinking enough that my heartbeat was at like 100 and something beats per minute.
Damn.
Yeah,
That
I
that
drank
sounds
way
like a
more
blood
coffee
pressure
than I
thing.
should have. Like way more than I should have, but it just kept feeling like time was slowing down around me.
We're a third of the
Anyway,
way
speaking
through.
of things that make my brain explode.
It was the real black stuff coming down on top. And this is exactly what Velikovsky claimed happened when we were almost impacted by a fiery comet that turned out to be Venus.
Yeah, Venus is
Now, let's
totally
take-
a fiery comet. That's 2 drinks.
Yeah.
Okay.
What name did he say? Velikovsky?
Is he claiming that this mineral is from Venus?
Maybe? Maybe Immanuel Velikovsky?
Worlds in collision. That sounds about right.
Yeah, I'm seeing something about disaster stuff. Catastrophist.
Around the 15th century BC, the planet Venus was ejected from Jupiter as a comet and passed near Earth.
Of course it was. Of course it was.
Okay, yep, that's the guy. It's originally
Okay, then.
published April 3rd, 1950. So Roger read this book when he was like, in middle school or whatever. And he's just been like, oh, this is the truth. All the science books are lies ever since.
Yeah, then it's Chariots of the God, or was it Chariots on Fire or whatever, and then Fingerprints of the
Fire.
Gods.
Chariots of the Gods.
Wait, is Chariots of the Gods that really racist thing about the Egyptians?
No.
Oh, there's
no.
Fingerprints of the Gods and all those woo books about the planetary precession and stuff. The planets used to be closer together, and we used to see them clashing in our night sky, and that's how we invented our deities.
I mean, that's
Oh, boy.
slightly true. The planets all were slightly closer to the sun and have drifted backwards as the sun loses mass. And the further planets drift more, the nearer planets drift less. So as you go backwards in time, the planets do get a little bit closer together. But in the span
Perceptibly?
humans have been around, no, not a chance.
So I know, like, if we look at Stonehenge now, it's alignment is now off a little bit, and I think some of the Mayan temples, their alignment it's off. Is that right?
How dare you?
Yeah, that's more the Earth's axis. It wobbles a little bit.
Yeah.
Like your mom?
5 degrees or something. And it takes like 6,000 years to go through the cycle.
Actually, side note, if the moon was closer in the past, does that mean that the tides were more intense?
Yes. And also plate tectonics.
It affected the plates?
It's the cause of the plate tectonics.
No.
Really?
There are multiple things that actually cause plate tectonics. The visceral friction of the convection currents is one thing. There are about 5 different things that actually causes, but the moon does affect it because it creates a tidal motion within the fluid mantle.
Okay.
Cool.
I was going to say, yeah, the moon does not cause the tectonics.
It has an effect on it, though.
I was not aware of other factors. But that may be because we aren't aware of any other planet that has active plate tectonics, and our planet has a big giant moon.
In our soul, isn't there one of the moons of either Saturn or Jupiter that might have them?
3 of Jupiter's moons do have them. Europa and... What's the hell?
Like, I know there are exoplanets that do.
Io,
Or at least
the
hypothesized
innermost, It doesn't have tectonics per se, but it does have active geology. The side facing Jupiter erupts a lot very intensely on a regular basis because of tidal forces.
And the next one out, Europa, if you look at it, the cracks on the ice are actually caused by similar motions to the plates.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Even though it's ice, it's still acting like a crust.
Yeah. We have seen, there have been recordings of one of the flybys that we could see subduction zones.
I was hoping Pluto might, because of Charon being such a big giant moon compared to Pluto. Alas, with the
That
tidal
was a
locking,
binary planet system.
it pretty much is, yeah. So they're not actually exerting active force on each other in the same way the moon does with the tides.
They
Oh,
believe
well.
that Titan does have tectonic, but it would be different to ours again.
But the Pluto system, the Plutonian system, I guess that would what it'd be called. It's tidally locked, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and with Venus, it does have it does have tectonic activity, but it doesn't have tectonic plates because of the lack of water.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's volcanism and evidence of active geology, just not tectonic activity.
Anyway,
The reason why
we are 2 hours in. We do need to keep going, guys. I'm
Mars has
sorry.
big fucking volcanoes.
All right.
We keep getting drawn off on other planets.
A bunch
Yeah,
of
well-
science-minded people
Like, I-
talking
I-
about
I
all the
know,
random things.
I am down for the discussion, but we might never finish this video.
Damn it, Roger.
Like,
He
I'm
said-
down
this-
for a
this
long
is-
stream, don't get me wrong,
this
but
is
I
the
don't want it to be
problem,
5
though.
hours again tonight.
We cannot blame Roger for this. We do this when there's no Roger
Yeah,
involved.
we
Let's
we
face
Well-
it.
really
Like,
did this to
come on, be
ourselves.
fair.
I'm just saying, this is the problem that he says enough wrong in 3 seconds, so we have to spend 10 minutes talking about the right, how to do it right, or how to look
Oh,
at it right.
I see what you
Well,
mean.
that is-
He's getting us
yeah.
drunk, and the drunk is causing us to be even more tangent-prone than we usually are.
You gotta talk about that
Ugh.
goose. See its eye and
Take a
everything.
look at some of
Yes, we need to get to the goose.
this in a microscope. It doesn't mean too much because you can easily see right there.
That
the
looks
suck-ups.
like,
You see this? I call these suck-ups.
Something else.
These little bumps here. What happens when this guy hit, and I put my foot in this, and it fits exactly. I'm almost exactly the same size as this
I
guy.
don't believe
You have a
that.
very
Your balls and
weird
your
ass
feet.
foot.
Look at that. I mean, it's exactly perfect. Now, these are the suck-ups, which means it went and hit, and as he kept running, it went, and that made these little dimples. Now, on the edge, there's no dimples, see? Because there's no suction. Here,
That's weird.
there's no suction. Here, there's.
Just
here's
take
where
2
his feet
drinks.
went, right in the
Yeah.
front.
Yeah.
Here's where the toe goes, and I mean, it's exactly identical to my foot.
2
You might want to
suck-ups,
see a
guys.
podiatrist.
We're gonna call them 2
So
suck-ups.
that is the trias. It didn't happen over millions of years, 65 million years ago. This was is
I'm sorry. Did you just say 65 million years ago?
Yeah,
Sure
about a
did.
Triassic.
18.
So that one's a double fault.
Ugh.
He's go about 4 times further back. Woo.
About, yeah.
according to Velikovsky, I believe this event was 3,500 years ago. And it created all my mud fossils. I have scads of them. And Yale agrees with that.
Scaths?
And Yale
Yale
agrees.
agrees.
That's 3 drinks.
Push X to doubt. Yeah. No,
That would
I-
be Mark Yale, not Yale University.
I was gonna ask.
maybe he's got he means the Yale Locks Company kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, you know.
I don't care. A drink for Yale.
To
This-
Yale.
And the fact being they're fossils, and the fact being that there's, like I said, 3 drinks there.
Dude, you guys, what we need to do is we all need to get some black suits and show up at Roger's door and tell him we're there to get his fossils and like wear sunglasses and be all suspicious. So we're here to collect your evidence.
Oh my God.
As well. Their paper also claims exactly what I claimed, only now they took credit for it. Exceptionally preserved soft body.
Drink.
Ugh. Do you think he understands what ediacaran means?
I don't understand what ediacaran means.
It's
The period
time
before
period
the Cambrian.
Yeah,
Okay.
the last period of the what's that? The
Precambrian.
Okay. End of the Cryogenian period. Beginning of the Cambrian.
Cryogenian. That's
Us-
the word I was looking for. Yeah.
Cryogenian.
Also,
Hey.
yes, Dr. Octagon. Yes.
So we came at like these are the Ediacara biota is what came out of that snowball Earth there towards
Mhm.
the end of the Cryogenian and or Cryogenian, and then
Yeah.
so it was really hardy biota that started to use a lot of like silica and stuff in its structure.
Mhm.
In order to
Yep.
live in the harsh environments. And I'm talking, when I say harsh environments, that's mostly the chemistry of the environment that needed the silica to survive in.
So
yeah.
freaking Dr. Valerian whatever was wrong. It wasn't Venus that was a comet. It was frickin' Earth.
And Dr. Octagon, if you really want to know how bad this guy is, that rock that he's got sitting on the right-hand side of the screen, that's apparently a duck's head. A goose's head.
The goose.
Or maybe there's
Yeah,
some
we're looking
dispute.
at that next.
No. It's a goose head.
Also,
Can't
actually,
deny it.
okay, very, very, very short side note. Some of the fauna of the Ediacaran were really, really freaking weird. Like, you guys know what bilateral symmetry is, right?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You can just draw a line
Radial?
straight down the middle of almost all living organisms. Well, during the Ediacaran, there were some creatures that had trilateral symmetry.
Yeah, the frickin' 3-legged starfish dudes. They could have attained sentience if only they'd lived.
Yeah, like, this was a creature of the Ediacaran.
And they didn't just have 3 limbs. They had 3 notochords.
There's nothing like them
Really?
left.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe not that specific one, but there were critters with trilateral symmetry that had 3 different nerve cords.
Doesn't really surprise me. Oh, hey, a spore.
Hee.
Yeah.
I miss. Maybe I should do a stream playing Spore. I miss Spore.
Ooh, that one's a good one.
I never finished it. I
So
always liked like the new species parts, but once you got done
Mhm.
building your species and it turned into SimCity, I was meh.
Yeah.
I got-
Kind of slowed
I-
down.
I
a little
get
bit.
that.
I get you. Yeah.
But yeah, like really weird creatures.
Because that's the silica remains that we talk about. That this is talking about even. So yeah, let's see what Roger thinks about it.
And
Yeah.
those things are smaller than the nail on your pinky finger.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Ediacara, they call it, biota, promoted by silica-rich oceans. It's worldwide.
I'm sorry, what did he call it?
Credit for exceptionally preserved soft body. Ediacara, they call it, biota,
Ediacarda.
Ediacara.
promoted by silica-rich
Ediacara.
oceans.
I think he just said Ediacara.
The period's Ediacaran, yeah. But you can call that
Worldwide.
Ediacara.
Worldwide strata.
No, I'm saying he said Ediacara.
Oh, yeah.
Or Ediacarda.
How would you
don't
say
know
that
how
in
the fossils
Australia?
preserve-
We put a stand on our head.
I'm guessing it'd be something like Ediacra.
Hey, we've got a beer that we're not allowed to say because it's 4X's.
Oh, forbidden.
It's because we can't put on a can.
Look, I know how to
Why?
preserve.
Just
They preserved
why?
because it was a boiling hot water event. We almost got impacted by Venus. The whole atmosphere combusted. Velikovsky said after this event, so much oxygen in the atmosphere had turned into combustion, they couldn't hardly start fires
That's
for
getting
years
strong.
and years until
Drink.
What?
Who's what? I'm
Like, I'm
he's,
sorry,
he's
just
so far out there.
what? Third drink, let's go.
Woohoo.
This stuff is not fantastic. I won't buy it again, but I might as well drink it.
Yee.
Trying to get me
Look.
white girl instead. Roger.
I mean, hey, I'm getting white or brown fluff wasted. Let's go.
some of the plant biota, whatever they want to call it, started to refurbish the oxygen level. What we have to do is go back to
Refurbish?
Refurbish.
Sorry, that's two
Yes.
drinks.
It moved in extra tables and chairs and replaced the ones there. That's exactly what it did. It refurbished.
The oxygen chair.
Well,
I
in
like to
fairness,
have my.
our oxygen does need refurbishing from time to time. As you know, since the Great Oxidation Event, the oxygen content in the Earth's atmosphere has fluctuated between 15% and 35%, and we're currently at 21%, which is very near to 15%. So we need to refurbish again soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, fun fact, oxygen levels are roughly the same right now as they were in the Cretaceous. But the Cretaceous had, like, insanely higher carbon dioxide.
Do we need to tell
that
Venus
could
that
be
we're about to
unfortunate.
refurbish again, or is she going to be cool with it?
She might want to go back to Venus. Sorry, Jupiter.
Yeah. Because she also has to refurbish that frickin' cometary exterior thing.
Yeah. A lot of moons to deal with. A lot of moons.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Venus just likes it big. Chunky.
to the reality and the truth of what Velikovsky wrote. And what I am presenting, okay, hopefully you
The
understand.
truth of
I
what
didn't put that cut in, by the
Velikovsky
way.
wrote.
He did. And there's a reason why Mars is red. He had to watch.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Ooh. Wait, is that why there's also white all over Mars too?
I wasn't going to mention that. Yes.
So
No,
why
no.
is he talking? Why is he talking about Ediacaran life, and now he's talking back to the Triassic, Jurassic? How does that?
I
have
don't
anything to do
freaking
with-
know. I don't freaking know.
He's using evidence from the Ediacaran period to prove that somehow the people were turned into the flesh layer, the fleshy layer, that then had clay onto it, and now someone somehow didn't get turned into the flesh layer, stepped on it, and then nothing was ever seen from him again.
Yeah.
Apparently, he only stepped on the fleshy layer in that one spot. And then the rest, I guess it was the floor was lava or something.
Maybe he was part of that combustible stuff that fell on top of it.
Oh, no.
I mean,
Is
I
that
mean, I will say
Strophilosaurus that he's got lit up there?
It might be Tanystropheus.
Yeah, look at that neck.
Oh, yeah, the Triassic had a lot of weird shit.
I love the weird
Like, look-
stuff.
Look at this long boy.
What the why? What is the
Yes.
evolutionary purpose?
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at that.
I'm gonna go fishing with
This-
my
this-
damn head.
These guys weren't big like sauropods either. They were like mostly like monitor lizard size.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So
Wow.
they filled the waiting, like the niche that like
Oh,
cranes
they're-
and herons fill.
Yeah, I was gonna say
now.
they're herons. Okay.
Yeah.
And they probably ended up as plesiosaurs.
I don't know. I think these guys are archosaurs, and I think plesiosaurs are an offshoot of Lepidosauria. I could be wrong though.
I know plesiosaurs aren't archosaurs. I don't know that they're lepidosaurs, but
Let's see.
they did fill a
Just from
semi-aquatic
Reptilia.
niche. Thought like crossing a heron and a marine iguana is a good way to think about them.
Yeah, let's see.
Plesiosaurs.
So
Sauropterygia.
plesiosaurs are from Sauropterygia, which is another offshoot of Reptilia.
Pliosaurs and
yeah. So I don't think they're related. Or at least not closely related.
but I would say that the niche that they filled is probably something very, very similar to what early plesiosaurs ancestors might
most
have
likely,
filled.
yeah.
Yeah. It's like that was a Tasselosauruses and stuff like that. We keep getting sidetracked with science.
I mean, hey, he showed a cool fossil. As long as we keep it under 2 minutes a tangent, I think we might be okay.
This happened basically overnight. They're talking about this Jurassic extinction event millions of years ago and all this. They come up with all this. And guess what? On the land, all of these reptiles containing more closely related to all these different dinosaur things they're talking about all died.
Drink.
No, that was right. Archosauromorpha.
Well,
he's saying Archosauromorpha died out in the Triassic-Jurassic extinction.
Yeah, no.
He can't read.
He should have just left it died.
That's where I said drink full.
Dinosaurs became extinct, etc. Well, I can tell you what those creatures were that died. Those were like parasites on gigantic creatures.
Oh, now there's gigantic creatures. Freaking kaiju up in here.
He's thinking he watched Cloverfield and saw the parasites on the monsters. Like, yep, that's what we're going with.
Okay,
I think he knows the people
talking about the
I think he knows the people have drinking games and he wants everyone dead.
Mm-hmm. Also, hey, that looks like a Rawsukian. Nice.
They don't hardly get any kind of notoriety in pop culture, so yeah.
When
crocodiles were dinosaurs.
Cool. Yeah,
during
the dinosaurs before the dinosaurs.
During the Triassic, these guys they filled the same niche the large theropods do later on. But early on, dinosaurs they didn't get real big, except for like a Plateosaurus, which is a prosauropod, but most of them were smaller than us.
Dilophosaurus is Dilophosaurus is early Jurassic.
Yeah.
I think the biggest carnivorous dinosaurs we have are like maybe 15 feet long. That's a maybe.
Most of Solophysis is the most
that's like
prominent
7 or 8.
Yeah. They're about human sized and are as far as mass goes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, that's another creature that's featured in Jurassic World Evolution 2 that actually got a pretty dang good representation. So, one more point for Jurassic World. They don't have a high score, but it's one of them.
Period being 250 million years to 200 million years ago. It spans 50 million years. And here's all the creatures they're showing, all these monsters and dragons and serpents and all.
Drink.
The dragons.
Drink
to the dragons.
Dragons and serpents, because snakes hadn't evolved yet. I think snakes were either late Jurassic or early Cretaceous.
God hadn't cursed them yet.
Oh, he cursed them mid-flood.
That was the Eden thing. He got mad because the fucking serpent narked on him and told Eve the truth.
Guess what those actually were? These were the things they were finding during the age of exploration, which was not that long ago. It was in after 1,000, let's say 1,000 years ago, they started to find these kind of creatures all in the oceans, and then they killed them all because they were attacking them. They hunted them down and killed them.
If
But
anyone
in the
wants to know
meantime-
what that actually is, that's actually an oarfish.
That sounds right.
The one attacking the boat?
That's an oarfish, which never attacked a boat like that.
Well, I don't know. I could believe it was also just drawn as a giant snake.
Is it?
Or
Is
an
this,
eel.
is this kind of fish really an entire line of latitude across?
No, it wouldn't. It's not that size, but if you look at it, it's very similar morphologically speaking to it, and they would have found them washed up on the shore. And that's where the nightmares of them came from.
Oh, that makes
Also,
sense.
fun fact, they actually swim vertically. Like with their
Yeah.
heads pointed towards the surface and tails towards the seafloor.
What?
Yeah,
And they have
Yeah,
a
they're
flaggy
really
thing on the top of
weird.
their head.
also they can drop their tail.
That's
Can they?
wild.
They can actually lose the majority of the tail end of them, so they don't have to actually show how long they really are. Because if you look at them, they'll find scars all the way along them for when they've been attacked.
Such a weirdo.
Huh.
Look at him. Look at him
Yeah,
standing
yeah.
up in the water.
Look at
column.
this thing. And they eat plankton too. They're
Yeah.
just little filter feeders.
And they would have found them washed up on the shore. And look at the one on the left-hand side there, that Stephen Bodie one. That's huge.
They get absolutely massive, don't they?
Oh yeah,
Oh.
Yeah, look at that.
like 30 feet long. I think is the record we have.
Yeah. And
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, look at that right there with those guys.
The story of why they put them on the maps is because apparently they thought they were baby sea serpents, and they just enlarged them and put them on the maps to scare people.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, I can understand that.
So
yeah, they're pretty cool.
Yeah, so that would actually be an oarfish, as you could look by the features of it, and the only thing that's been added is sort of a beak-like thing.
Yeah. The chomping maw.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to be fair, they just drew a ton of weird shit in the oceans at that time too.
But I can tell you where that one's from, because I can see what everything else
Sure.
is from. So I see where the artistic rendition of that is, so that's easy to tell.
That's fair. I'm just saying they drew some weird shit too.
Yeah, they get giant groupers and stuff. Yeah, there's all kinds of weird.
Or like a half buffalo, half fish. Also, I thought my screen was dirty, but no, that's his screen.
A lot of these ate a lot of sailors, and these were parasites that came out of creatures like this.
Oh,
This dragon right here
Wow.
Oh, the dragon.
died,
I've seen this
and the
before.
creatures in this.
Beamsy, how
This
many
is
drinks do you think we should
hilarious.
take for this?
Finish your bottle.
What is the
Just
ecology?
opened one. Screw it, down the hatch.
What is the ecology of this creature? How does it live on a planet that's
It's a freaking
What
whole
does it
section
eat?
of mountain range.
I'll be
What
right. That
the
is a
fuck?
Didn't you
mountain
see it eating a
range.
giant fish?
I'll be right back. I'm going to get another one.
What does a giant fish eat?
Less
This would be like
giant
putting it-
fish?
this would be like putting on an ant on a basketball and being like, "Yep, that's how it lives."
I cannot chug this. If I chug this, I'm gonna puke. Ugh.
Oh.
Stay hydrated.
Ugh. Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, I'm gonna need an intermission in a minute.
Yeah, you know what? We just passed 2 hours. Let's just go for a bio break, everyone. If you need one or refill your drink, whatever.
I'm just so glad
Reconvene
he's
in,
non-alcoholic,
I don't know, 2 or
otherwise
3?
I would be gone.
Yep.
How the hell did he come up with that is a dragon?
I don't freaking know, but we're going for a little break.
I heard.
So yeah, playing a bit of music. We'll be back soon. Alas, I am returned to be granted audience once more.
He's saying that that dragon is the size of Morocco.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I think it's Morocco, Niger, might be the tail end in Egypt.
Yeah, it's just why?
Oh boy. By the way, if we do finish this in a timely manner, kind of feeling might do a bit of gaming at the very end.
I need sleep.
Yeah, you were up pretty early today.
No, it's just the fact that this has put me in a lot of pain with my shoulder. So
Oh. I mean, do you need to go get some pain meds or something?
I've already taken the pain meds, and that's why I need sleep.
I mean, hey, if you need to drop out early, man, it's okay.
If I snore, you'll know that I've dropped out early.
All right. I can manually mute you, so that's fine. Just lay back in your chair and relax.
No, you'll hear thump, then snore.
Just don't fall and injure yourself again, please.
I won't injure myself that badly. Where I am, it won't hurt much.
Good grief! I just pulled this up on the maps. I always forget how absolutely monstrous the Sahara Desert is. Good
And it's
grief!
getting
huge.
bigger
Yeah.
all the time.
That's what she said.
They make a pill for that.
Apparently,
Oh,
yours is
boy.
rainbow, but yeah.
Hey, Beamsy, John has a tip for you.
I am currently using that one, but it's worth a try.
Oh, well. Sounds like we're all back, so might as well get going again. Oh, yeah, I need to finish downing this beer.
I've gone through 4 of them so far.
You're not drinking beer.
Yes, that's why I said if I was drinking real alcohol, I would be in trouble.
Yep.
Ugh.
Because I've
Oh,
gone
man,
through
that-
4.5.
Yeah, that aftertaste is awful. I'm kind of glad I'm on the last one. That said, I might keep the can, honestly. It's a sick looking can.
Well, if you take from Gabriel Iglesias, stay away from Jaeger.
Love Gabriel Iglesias.
Any drink that makes you scream out its name is not a good drink.
But yeah, I mean, look at this. This is a sick ass design. This is the design that's on the cans, just wrapped around them.
Oh, I see why you
I've
got
seen
that
that.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've wanted to try it for like years, and finally decided, you know what, screw it, let's try it.
I don't like the color of it.
I think it could be worse.
Yeah, purple and green is okay when it comes to complementary colors.
I was talking about the
Yeah.
color of the beer, not the color of the can.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
the kinda yellow.
that's a very suggestive color.
It's not very opaque. I like if you like those sort of beers. They're nice when they're completely opaque, which means all the fermentation has taken effect. Whereas in that strawy, milky color, it just yuck.
Oh, hey, they actually have a kind of decent alcohol content for a beer. It's almost 6%.
Yeah, and if you want to hurt John Rapp's eyes, I just put the picture back in the Discord. If you want to hurt his eyes,
Yeah, sure. I can open a new tab. Yeah, so this is Beamsy's shoulder, John.
what can I say? I'm a little screwed.
Quite so, quite so.
Is it as painful as it looks?
Yes.
Yeah. Again, sorry that had to happen. But
We should fucking upgrade our medical technology. This is like medieval shit, you know?
With the injuries that were done to me, I will explain it off stream. That way you'll understand why I needed that. I've got a lot more in me, but yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, speaking of injuries, let's continue this.
This dragon that were parasites left its body and went into the ocean to find food. And that
I think that's a
Left
drink.
its body.
Left its body. Wait,
Drink
so
for him
it's-
not
it's
understanding how a river works.
It's a spiritual dragon as well as a physical dragon?
Maybe
Question mark?
it's like
You know how like when you
snakes
leave your
have to
body.
molt? Maybe it molted and then it went.
No, like the dragon died on the surface, and all the parasites slid off of it into the ocean.
Oh, the parasites jumped in the ocean. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
That dragon covers all of North Africa. From here to there. Now, think of the size of the parasites that would be in there. That is 1,100 miles long. And there is no denying this. And there's
Yes, there is.
I deny it, and I'll take a drink.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one.
And I don't want to make accusations, but it sounds like this guy has a thing for parasites.
denying that he tried to attack that fish. That's his face. That's his red flaring eye. I'll show you this. I have a little sketch I did of it. And this is where he attacked the fish's back.
Oh, cool! It's
Now, this was a
mountain fish.
Yeah, it's a
Like,
fish.
they're all mountain
That's a fish, all right. I could be wrong, but that looks like a formation Spinosaurus has found it. Could be wrong though.
It's in Libya. It's
all
further
written
further west.
Oh, this is Libya. I'm not sure which part of Africa I'm looking at, but the rock.
No,
looks
Spinosaurus
familiar.
was actually found through into Libya, which is about where he said the feet of the fish are. See how the
Okay.
yeah.
You're in Algeria right now. Now you moved over.
That's
towards
Morocco. Yeah, Morocco's that far
Yeah.
coast
About in the
left.
pol-
Now you're in
Yeah.
Algeria, where the head is, and then
That's
Yeah.
no, that's West Sahara, or Western Sahara. Because Algeria is huge, though, so I'm not sure.
Yeah. do you see the
I mean,
do you see
the
the rock
green up
formation
there.
that you said? Yeah, yeah. You saw where that white and green rock formation is. Then you would see the sand in the middle of it. Then there's another outcrop of it. That outcrop is where I think they found the Spinosauruses. So it would be in the same sort of strata.
I actually found a map of Spinosaurus localities. Or Spinosaurid localities. Oh, zoom out.
The Kim is that where all those red are right?
There's some from the Kem. There's also the Baharia formation. So, yeah, Spinosauridae. So, like Spinosaurus itself and a few relatives are throughout North Africa. I know Suchomimus is from Niger. Which I think this is Niger. Wait, Baryonychidae from Australia? Wait, I gotta look this up. Holy crap! Australia has a Spinosaurid.
Oh, congratulations, guys!
Yeah, it was found near Melbourne.
Yeah, it's I don't think it has a species name, but it is a Spinosaurid. Huh. That's pretty cool. I never heard of that. Let's see. I know irritators from here. It doesn't look like they have. I think they're missing one from around up here.
Let's go on a sidetrack. Let's go on a sidetrack.
I've never heard
Okay,
of a
look, I'm
Spinosaur from
3-ish
Japan.
beers in, and Spinosaurids are freaking cool. Bite
I
me.
know. Where, darling?
No.
You'd like to
Marrakesh.
know, wouldn't you?
Marrakesh. It's right
Well, you
there.
offered.
All right, everyone. Now we're gonna switch over to our P-Hub stream. Be back in a minute.
Doors 1.6.3 about Typhon in the desert and the dragon.
Oh yeah, he names it Typhon. Does that name mean anything to you guys?
Nope.
Greek mythology, right?
That's where it's from, but I can't picture. I think he was one of the Titans.
No, he was.
It's like a child of Tiamat or
wasn't
something,
it one
right?
of the two whirlpools that Odysseus had to avoid? Like the sons of, was it Metis?
Echidna
I don't.
and
Typhon
Okay.
was the monstrous serpentine giant and one of the deadliest creatures in Greek mythology. According
The father of all monsters.
Oh, okay.
to the son of Gaia and Tartarus.
Oh, so it wasn't the one I was thinking of.
So, son of Earth and the Greek hell, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, spirit of the earth, spirit of the netherworld, had a baby. A grisly monster with 100 dragon heads conquered and cast into the underworld by Zeus. So
I think this might have like 1% of those heads.
yeah.
Ish. Although that said, I guess I've been looking at this wrong. Like, I don't. Can I draw on the screen? Does Watch Together let us do that?
I don't know.
I don't think it does. Dang. Can you guys see my mouse?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I always kind of thought the dragon head was like here, like biting onto the fish. But
No,
I
it's
guess
better-
he's saying it's up here?
Yeah, it's with a. That's the dragon itself, where you're viewing. That's
Yeah.
the body and the tail. There's the legs. There's the head there. Back.
Looks
Yeah,
more like
head
a
here.
basilisk, honestly.
The head's on the left and the tail's on the right for the
And
dragon.
then he's
Yeah.
biting. Then he's biting down on the fish, which is right there.
Okay. Yeah, I always thought like this dark patch here was the jaws, but I guess they just
Huh.
That's-
never explained it well enough.
That's the fish.
Okay. Huh. Side note, this actually kind of looks like a Spinosaurid. Like, I know it's pareidolia, but it looks like a Spinosaurid.
You know, I can almost kind of make out the fish. I wonder if you have to be a certain level of drunk, and Roger's
looks like a
just always
Dunkleosteus.
drunk.
I mean, I see
It's-
it as this kind of pinkish patch here, and it looks almost like a perch.
No, it's a Dunkleosteus. The head's on the right there. See the
Oh,
armor
the
plated
the
head?
Neodunk?
Ah, yeah.
Or are you
there
including
go.
the dark patch?
Oh.
Or just
Yeah,
the
the
light
dark
patch?
is the dark is the armor.
Okay. Because if you want to go for like a Neodunk, you know, the short and
Thicker.
squished version, you could go for
Uh-huh.
the light patch only.
The economy
And maybe
model.
it's just variable, and maybe they're just seeing shit that isn't there.
No.
Maybe it's this margarita stuff or tequila stuff.
I'm not saying it at
found
all.
their
It must
secret.
be. Like, seriously, it must be because I don't see Jack.
Here, wait,
I don't
Bree.
see Jack either.
Uh-huh.
Bree, you have access to the good stuff. Maybe it also works if you're high.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably why I can see it.
I'm usually high. Yep. Yeah.
I mean,
Actually, I see
don't
what you're
mix
saying.
weed and beer, as far as I know. But
I see what you're saying as a Spinosaur, especially if you consider if you like visualize the green patch as the sail.
kinda. I see the back like sloping up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make it
Hmm.
thick. Nice thick Spinosaurus.
Tico Spino.
I
We're
love the
living in a world we
Spinosaurus'
just
new
don't
tail.
understand.
I just gotta say that.
Oh yeah,
Work.
the big like a salamander tail.
Yes,
It's a-
I love it. Absolutely.
It's a derivative
Yes.
of the Spinosaurus called the Thicosaurus.
Wait, have you seen that? Have you seen Spinosaurus?
No.
Oh, you're in for a treat. The true
What the
Spinosaurus.
fuck?
What is that? That looks like an elephant seal.
This is the true final form of Spinosaurus.
It fucking Pokemon evolved on us.
Shall we go back to that unicorn I was showing before?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's in Minecraft. Of course it's in Minecraft.
Oh my gosh, they got a elephant seal transformed into.
Like, it is so goddamn cursed, but this actually kind of looks like it could be a real animal, like on an Alien Planet documentary or something.
Like, got me more than documentaries. Look at the overbite. I love the way that they have the hanging snoot over the overbite. Look how
Yeah.
big,
I know.
big that
Well,
sucker
we
is.
talk shit about the fucking Cambrian, like, you know, all the weird critters that came up, but here we are living in a world with a fucking platypus.
Hey,
Well,
look at the.
hey, we don't live in a world with platypus. Australians are all paid by the
That's
government.
Totally fake. Totally.
It's all CGI.
Damn it, NASA.
But these guys live in Australia.
These guys have the truth.
Hmm.
Yeah, I am feeling those beers.
Go back and look at them. North Africa, you cannot miss it.
That is an illustration.
You start to slur.
And a crime against cartography.
Against everything. Sorry, Mark, were you saying I'm starting to slur or he's starting to slur?
No, he's slurring. I think your drunk theory is right. Hey, he is slurring a lot.
Well, you're just seeing what you want to see. You're experiencing the pareidolia, not him.
Once you see it. These are all dragon scales that run down his throat.
Drink.
That's his flashing, fuzzy, hairy, feathery, whatever. There's his red flashing eye. Exactly as written in Apollodorus. Identical.
Is it though?
And Dino, you said you like thick Spinosaurs. Have a look at what I just put in the first one.
Oh gods, no! What it? Oh, is it the Reddit thing where someone just drew a real thick ass Spino? It said token identification failed for the first link, and the second seems to be an unrelated DeviantArt page.
That's actually where it is from. Let's
Oh,
try
okay.
this again. No.
Here.
That didn't work.
Here, is this what you were talking about?
This art
No.
is pretty good though.
The ultra thick Spino.
gotta add that border for extra
It is
installation.
not letting it. It is not working.
Yeah. If you go to that all one and then you go to the paleo art, you scroll through them.
Indohyus was such a weird looking creature.
Like all whales, just weird as shit.
Yeah. Cursed.
That's actually a pretty good Giganotosaurus illustration.
Did
Oh, yeah,
you
and
know
then
that
there's
there's
the
such a
time-
thing as whale
Okay.
cheese?
Excuse
I'm not
you?
surprised, but also, oh boy.
Yeah, if you go out and get your hands on some whale milk, you can make cheese out of it. It's kind of bluish looking.
I am not finding that, Beamsy. Maybe I'm just having bad luck, but I'm not finding it.
Yeah, I'm looking for it as well. I know it's
Yeah,
somewhere.
that's
in
it. Lovely Giganotosaurus illustration here. Oh yeah, the dinosaur with the chin.
What?
And I will stand by that it has a chin.
I know an easy way.
But
Oh,
That's a
I see a
primate
Spinosaurus. Oh, that's
They give it like
pretty
a
leg.
salamander texture.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I just put it into Discord. It's easy.
Are Spinosaurus
Oh
supposed to
my
eat
freaking
osteoberry?
gods. What?
Aw, it's floofy.
Sorry, excuse me, I have to drink profusely.
Waterfowl.
That's the
Alright.
one I've been trying to show you.
How are you getting still images into the stream?
I open them up in a new tab and I show the tab.
Oh, well, that's cheating.
I'm sorry, it literally says present show tab.
Yeah, if you go through that guy who's the DeviantArt artist, he's got some very good drawings, so you might like those.
Yeah, I saw a few that I really liked, but this
It looks like a fuzzy giant amoeba is attacking a Spinosaurus.
Like the ice spots.
this
I found where it
This-
is on that DeviantArt. It's if you go to all and it's on the last page.
like this makes me want to have the heart attack that I imagine this thing is having every minute of its waking life. It is so fucking fat.
What if they're like camel humps, though? Because, like, if they were parasites on that dragon, they're in the fucking desert. They might need camel humps.
Like it's not in cardiac arrest. I want you to understand that. It's in cardiac solitary for life. It's going in the cardiac electric chair tomorrow.
I'm
Well,
sorry,
I
you had to
mean-
share that though.
Technically, our hearts do get electrocuted, 60 times a minute. Or whatever your heart rate is.
Mine runs actually pretty high. Nothing unhealthy about it, but my heart rate's high. It's weird. Anyway, with that cursed image now in my head, I need to kill some brain cells.
Boy. And here it is. If you want to see all these scales in the throat, you see the throat? These scales? Well, here they are in actuality. All right, there's his head.
Oh, in
Here's that
actuality,
red
yeah.
flaring
Aye.
eye.
Uh-huh.
Here's all the fluty looking stuff they have on the parade dragons in China and everywhere. This gigantic.
I'm sorry, fluty looking stuff?
I think he means like ribbons and shit.
This dragon was absolutely enormous. Now here's the throat. Coming right straight down here. See it? Just follow the cursor. That's where all that throat action went down. All the way down here until where it was.
I bet it did.
Road action.
All
it
the
needs
way
already,
down.
So, was
Look,
he
this isn't the kind of
bilaterally
road
split?
action I want to hear about, and definitely not from an old man like this.
Hey, old men have one thing good about them. This is why I always wanted to go to be whacked by Kent Hovind. Wrinkled for your pleasure.
Oh.
Okay, Beamsy, I'm gonna shoot him and then you.
Is that a promise?
I am going to charter a battleship, and I'm going to hit your house, and then hit him with an ICBM.
We need to go back to the original Creation Science Theater thumbnail, except you and Beamsy on opposite ice islands.
I got to find a way to put my dino icon in a U.S. military outfit, though. But I don't know U.S. military outfits. Ember, were you in the Navy, or
Yeah.
can you help me find an appropriate outfit to fire at beams?
To be on a battleship.
You know, the guy who drops his arm and says fire.
Was cut, and that's also recorded in the ancient text that cut his throat. Zeus did with his great and mighty sword, which is his thunderbolts. And here is.
I'm sorry, did he just mention Zeus?
Yes, he did.
He's mixing all the mythologies.
Oh shit, yeah, I forgot. Appeal to mythology. That's a drink.
Fuck. You're right.
And an extra appeal to mythology for bringing up the drink in the first place.
And there you go. There's a outfit that would suit you.
I am horrifically frightened.
Okay, that's the wrong branch.
He said army.
You know what? I'll just take it to GIMP and I'll tint it blue.
Okay. I mean, in
Here,
fairness,
what-
the army does have artillery also.
Hey, here. Welcome to an art stream, everyone. We're doing an art stream now.
I mean, Roger has been for a while now.
Where's my downloads file?
He's basically been doing cloud watching all this time. That's essentially what he's been doing.
Pretty much. It's just, ooh, look at the clouds. It's
But with rocks.
Yeah, but with rocks.
Yeah, it's kind of look at the trees.
Well, it didn't want to save. Lucky you, it's not a drawing stream.
The dragon scales that protected his throat, but not quite enough to stop Zeus from cutting through his dragon-scaled throat.
What do you even what?
Just take a drink and move on.
I think Bree's dying, and so am I.
And bleeding out in the desert. And red
feel like I'm
blood
bleeding out in the
causes
desert.
green.
The desert's cool.
I love
Blood causes
desert.
green?
Huh?
Are you saying blood causes green and then you stopped it?
I said it, or he said it?
He said it.
And bleeding out in the desert. And red blood causes green growth. And guess what we got here?
Oh, green growth.
Green growth.
Roger, that's water, buddy.
I'll be right back. I gotta find something.
Is that? I think you can even see
Put
like a
down the
dam there,
katana,
right?
Doc.
Vegeta, I think your rage broke.
Something just broke for sure.
I'm really sorry. I gotta take off. I do apologize, but yeah, that was fun. Thanks for the.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
No worries. See you later.
Catch you later, Mark.
Bye, Mark.
Yeah, have fun, man. We'll see you soon. Oh, I think I found the right episode. No, not that one.
There you go. That's probably how you feel.
Yeah, just a second. Just a second.
Yeah, I was just thinking that I heard make green. I'm just thinking, please don't say rocks. Please don't say rocks. Please don't say rocks.
Okay, here we go. I found it.
I am here for it.
For what?
Dragon Ball. I need that Dragon Ball. Give it to me. The one you took. I need my wish.
Are You okay?
I think you're right, broke, Vegeta. Shut up, Ghost of Nappa!
What was that?
I'm not crazy! You're crazy! Especially you, Nappa!
Hey, who are you talking to?
Dragon Ball! Hands now, please!
I don't really have it.
No.
What?
No.
Oh.
No.
So when I had COVID in 2020, my eyeballs did look like that, and it creeped the fuck out of everyone.
Yeah, well, let's go on to
It didn't
that.
do that for me, but oh,
Let's go from where that green growth is, where that dam is.
I don't even want to do that. I just want to have a drink and move on. I just needed to have something to signify my rage at this
That's why I said
person.
let's just accept that that's green growth that is being held back by the dam and move on.
Yes.
Growth.
This is in the middle of the desert. That's because this is nothing more than basically the runoff of a dead creature's body, blood. They sell blood meal to make things grow green.
That's not.
This
how
is
that
exactly
I
what
imagine that's a
portrayed.
reservoir. I mean, that would be a reservoir, right? As far
It
as
would be
I
a
can
reservoir that's blocking something flowing into the body. He doesn't understand gravity or anything else.
But it's
Dying.
green. It has to be growth.
I think I am actually feeling my brain dying right now.
I've been feeling like that for the last hour.
And if anybody can stand up against it, I would like to hear them do that. And for NASA and so forth not to acknowledge this and then go to Mars, which they did. I'm not disputing that whatsoever. And people that are fighting me against this space and Mars and all this stuff, I'm done with that. I'm sorry. I'm just done with that. So
I really need to just get a panel of DBZA reactions ready. I really need to do that. Because I can think of like 3 that would work.
And Helsing.
Yeah, but like Beamsy, you know when Goku says something stupid and Frieza just like leans forward with the sound of a creaking door?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling like right now.
And there's a I'm going to drown you. I'm going to drown you like a
I
sucking
mean, like a
dump.
sack of dumb puppies. But why? Because they're cute and cuddly.
Are you
Are
coming
you
on to me?
hitting on me?
No, it's, are you coming on to me?
Close enough. Close enough. If you haven't seen DBZA, people, it's freaking great. Legitimately one of the best comedies of all time.
And you won the game. Oh, what did I win? Another bath.
But I'm not dirty.
take that elsewhere. There is Mars, there is space. The firmament is literally the ionosphere. It's separate.
Yeah, firmament.
Literally. That's two, because that's a mythology
Yeah, that's two.
and a science.
Yes, it is. Bree, you've been quiet. Are you still alive?
I am. I don't follow Dragon Ball Z though, so I couldn't laugh at the jokes with you.
It's the abridged. It's better.
And I'm examining this area on the maps to look at all these other lakes and reservoirs in the area and see if they're green life.
Yeah. Wonder if he'll be successful.
Separates the waters above, which is nothing more than light, from the waters below, which is condensed light and turns into water.
No.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
my
what?
God.
Why?
What
turns
the
to
hell
water
did
when
he
it's
just
condensed.
say?
The firmament separates the waters above, which is light, from the waters below, which is light, but it condenses and turns into water.
Does
Drink.
that check out?
Just drink.
Drink, just drink. Don't think about it, just drink and move on.
That's the whole deal here. This is a planet. It spins in space. This is not something that we can discuss here. I don't want to get into that, and I am done with it. So please don't go there. I'm done with it. Case.
You just went there.
You're the one who brought it up, Home Slice.
There's a giant dragon that wriggled its way across the globe. Imagine thousands and hundreds of times, because it's so huge, right? That this is the whole Earth is going to be its biosphere, and he's concerned about people saying that the Earth is flat and there's no space. What?
And it was killed by Zeus while trying to eat a fish.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which
That
does
was Zeus's fish, damn it.
So, side note, Home Slice. Sorry, are you missing your 8-track, mate?
My neurons do not appear to be functioning at optimal capacity, so I'm working with what I've got.
Oh,
It's closed on that. Now, I have done my research. I say, please do some. Check what I'm showing. But look up what the Curiosity rover found on Mars, and it's all biology. I just did a video on that the other day. And
No!
right away.
Ring?
Oy.
Quick, remind me, what's the most biologically significant thing we found on on Mars? Is it just a few isolated amino acids?
Yeah, just a couple of isolated amino acids and what they believe to be microfossils.
Yeah, potential
But we can't really
microfossils.
confirm that without getting it back to Earth, right?
That's why it's believed to be.
Yeah, we could send a more specialized robot, a robot with the proper science for that. With it has the right science package, then it could evaluate. But that's one way we could get confirmation, and that'd be the easiest thing to do rather than trying to get him back to Earth. But if we send another Curiosity rover with a bio package, then it would be bio-curious.
And you could shorten it to bi-curious.
Exactly.
Oh dear. When geology meets biology. Fusion.
Isn't it called docking?
Only if you pay for it.
Hey, well, there's no such thing as Mars. Well, those people are no longer with us. I'm sorry. Okay, my friends, that is what I call suck-ups. What happened was the foot went there and pulled right up off it.
Also, I'm sorry, that's not a microscope. That's under a magnifier. Like,
Yeah.
you're not micro, buddy. You're not micro, friend. You're not micro guy. Well, okay, he might be a micro guy, but regardless.
And that's just erosion.
Literally just erosion. Maybe it's not even erosion. That could just be contacts between the upper and lower layers.
No, you can see that it's actually being whittled down, as you can see from the sample to the right there. That looks like, it looks like water erosion.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Regardless. Ugh.
There, now.
I am
There's
almost
gonna
all
be
the way through my
spots where you
beers.
get right to the edge. You see, there's the edge, that little spot right here. There's no real suck-ups. There's no suction. Here, right at the very edge, you start to lose that suction. You see, and it gets flat on the very...
And footprints in the mud always make such really clear lines. Every time.
Always. Every time.
Went through there. But in the middle, you got all these little suck-up bumps.
Suck-up.
There's a lot you can read into this if you look close. Okay,
Oh,
I've shown
yes, you can read into it, my buddy. Oh, for sure. You have a gift for that.
Well, in most cases, people would say that, and they would say patinaing due to erosion on a hard object. But who cares about that?
Yeah, details.
that the things that they're talking about just are not correct. There were gigantic creatures on this earth that were so huge they have no idea. Now they're saying
That's a drink. Fun fact for anyone curious, the largest creature we know of is still alive today.
The blue whale.
Yo, mama.
Also, the longest living animal I think that we have record of is alive today. It's a type of jellyfish, isn't it?
Yeah, lion's mane jellyfish.
Yeah. Unless you count siphonophores, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, starting to get into like clonal organisms, and the water gets murky there.
Yeah.
Well, genetically
oh
speaking,
man, what if you include mycelial mats? Or, I know they aren't technically animals, but like, what's the most massive organism alive today? I'm actually kind of curious now.
There's a fucking tree out west. I think it's in Oregon. It's basically an entire forest, but it's
Pando.
one tree.
yeah,
It's called
Pando,
Pando.
Yeah, that's what my guess was. Yeah, or some kind of tree network.
There's a honey mushroom out west too. That's pretty massive as far as overall mass. And you got mycelial networks that cover, miles in like a forest biome.
Every centimeter of this core sample is 1,000 years. That's because it takes 1,000 years for this much and another 1,000, another 1,000. No, it happened very quickly. Now listen to what they have to say here. All right, listen to this.
Each centimetre of this 1.5 metre sample represents 1,000 years, not counting the greenish-brown layer that has settled there in just a few days.
That's what I just showed you with a guy running across it, pushing that layer down.
That's
is
a
it
drink.
sad that I know where that is? Remember
That
how I told
specific
you
core?
No, yeah. Do you remember how I told you how they found the actual impact site? That's one of those
A little
cores
bit
they
of
took
it.
from it. Yeah, that's one of those cores they took from the south, just from the southern edge of the Chicxulub crater.
Okay, so I'm gonna guess going from top down, it starts with just like deep sea sediments or maybe shallow marine sediments, and eventually just a crap ton of like dissolved material and shocked quartz, or melted
Yeah.
material and shocked quartz.
That's all the white stuff you see on the right there, and then that greenish white layer it would have been left over from the actual impact.
Okay.
Yeah, metamorphosing.
Yeah,
Impact metamorphosis.
I'll see if I can find the actual sites where it was drilled and see.
I mean, I imagine we've done it all over the crater.
That's how it got so white.
Through the other layer. Okay, one last thing to say. You see the size of these creatures. Think of the thicknesses of their bodily parts.
How thick?
Damn it, Roger.
Think of all that thickness, guys.
I was actually thinking about the height when they're standing up instead of lying down dead. Like, if this freaking dragon thing is 1,100 miles long, it's gonna be more than 10 miles tall, so it's sticking right out into freaking space, you know?
Yeah. I mean, hey, you know how your girl's thick? What if your girl was thick with 10 to the 50th C's?
Ooh.
Your mama's so fat, Africa fits her like a bikini.
What?
I don't know, it just popped in my head.
No more drugs for that dino.
Ah, too late.
This is just flesh. This is actually a...
Add a drink.
It is definitely not good, sir.
No.
Listen, it's layers.
Look, it looks just like a
ogres.
sandwich. That's meat.
Nom nom nom. The meaty squishy bits, yeah. It's clearly ogre flesh because it's obviously layered.
Oh, there you go.
So you're saying Shrek got shrunk for the movie?
Could be. Maybe that's why they haven't made another one in so long.
Oh no.
Tendon part. I'll show you. I have the same thing here. This is the really strong part of the tendon. It starts to reach out to the muscle. This is all the layers of membranes and muscle and tendon and connective tissue. That's not millions of years. That's like 15 minutes when the thing died.
No.
Excuse me, I have to go get my backup drink. Because I finished my beers.
Oh, goodness.
I'm now on to a Seagram's Wild Berries.
Oh, those aren't awful.
Yeah, I kind of like them. They're nice for light drinking.
Which you need light drinking when you're watching Roger, because if you get heavy drinking, you're going to like put yourself in a coma.
I mean,
Well,
honestly,
that's what I'm
Roger
feeling.
can do that when you're not drinking.
Ugh. I will say I'm glad I'm not drinking any more spicy Marys for these things. Ugh.
Had your fill?
Do you know what a spicy Mary is?
No, elaborate.
Bloody Mary with Fireball instead of vodka.
Oh.
It is surprisingly good. It actually goes really well together. But, yeah, that Fireball.
All right, and here's the same one I have here, exactly the same thing. And what it is right here, this is the tendon. You see how it's brown? There's almost no blood in this. This is very, very tough.
He is correct. There is no blood in that.
That's literally the same freaking material from a different angle. That's a drink. Man, if we were having a drink for how many different fields of science he offended, oh Jesus.
Stuff. And that's that main spot right there that comes out. That's that main white one. And then there's all these layers that you can see them. Now this is where the muscle takes off. Now I have another shot showing this because there's a bone up here and the bone wears off and the muscle goes bad. And that happens in the ocean in these silicates. Let me see, here it is right here with the muscle. You see the muscle?
So the muscle is part of the fossil. It's not just a bone. It's not just a footprint. It's muscle also.
Apparently,
Muscle fossil.
Right then. He should write to Mary Schweitzer and be like, yo, bitch, I got all the soft tissue now.
Mary Schweitzer seems like a really nice person, but if she wasn't, I feel like she might tear him a few new ones.
It's the same bone.
Like, I actually, I applied to work in Mary Schweitzer's lab. I actually am kind of sad I never heard back for that.
Arr.
Well, she seems like a genuinely great person, and she does a lot of really good work.
No, for sure. Finding the soft tissue, like, in order to gain access to that, they had to come up with the right bath of chemicals to loosen it up enough to get the sample. Like, nobody's tried that before. There may be soft tissue samples on every fucking fossil, and no one checked them, you know?
Not necessarily every fossil, but Schweitzer's procedure has been replicated on at least a few dinosaurs, and I know they've found at least a few bits of collagen remains.
I got a Tyrannosaurus. A Tyrannosaurus was her first, the first one she did that for, right?
Yep. T-Rex was the first. I think she also did it with some large hadrosaur remains.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's good shit.
And the only definitive method we have so far, I think, of sexing a dinosaur, which is really freaking neat. Because, like, it was so or it was so new that when I was growing up, we basically had, when I was growing up, everything I could find said we would never know that. And then, oh, no, Mary Schweitzer found a way. It's not 100% definitive, but if you find it, that means it has to be female.
Yeah,
Well,
this is what I was talking about. See, either that was that sample that was showing, that was taken from either U3, U4, or U5.
Okay. What were you saying, Brie?
just when I remember when I was growing up too, they'd say we'll never know what color dinosaurs were, and nope, we do.
Yep.
We know what color lots of dinosaurs were.
Yeah,
I think.
it's,
I say
it's so
lot.
fantastic.
We know what color theropods, some theropods were. I shouldn't say all dinosaurs, but yeah.
Not just theropods, we also do have it for an ankylosaur.
Was it the melanin?
It was a few different melanin samples, but this is the actual color of Boreolopelta.
Gorgeous.
With a very beautiful reconstruction, actually.
And if you want to cry, you might want to go watch that debate we were watching earlier at the start, because apparently that fossil that you saw on the left-hand side is
which one? This one?
The one, yes. And he was using that as evidence for a dragon.
For fuck's sake.
Of course he was. Like, half of me wants to try and debate Howard, and the other half of me knows that I would break down into screaming at him halfway through my opening. Like, you goddamn moron, go take a freaking anatomy and geology class, or I am gonna toss you into your dragon.
Feed him to the dragon.
But we also have it for another ornithischian I know. We know what color Psittacosaurus was. A very, very basal ceratopsian.
It's a damn chicken.
It's actually so well preserved. We know what its cloaca looked like.
Ew.
Yeah, I just did a video about that the other day. I used a like an anthropomorphic dinosaur sticking its butt out at you. It was good.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna have to look at it, or I'm gonna have to watch that.
Let's see here.
But yeah, I just love, like, we know what this little guy looked like, and it's so freaking cute. Like, it's an ugly little gremlin, but it's absolutely adorable. Like, look at that face. That's such a loving little face. Honey, would you pet this face?
Aww.
With a shotgun.
Okay, my girlfriend agrees it's cute. Beamsy, go sit in the corner.
Okay, very nice too.
Oh.
I want a pet one. This seems like it'd be fun to domesticate and then just to have it be my little friend.
They're like
Yeah,
the perfect size for it, too.
Like, yeah, just make a ranch for him or something.
I've always wanted a kakapo.
Yeah, like they're like about a mid-sized dog.
A kakapo would be they seem like they'd be a good, like, friendly little pet too.
They'd get excited and swing their head and impale you accidentally.
That's a bird, right?
Yes, a kakapo is a bird.
I'm guessing it's Australian.
No, it's New Zealand.
It's a giant parrot.
Close enough. Oh yeah, I remember seeing a video of one trying to mate with a guy.
Mm-hmm. New Zealand used to be covered with a whole bunch of giant parrots like that, but alas,
I would love if we could bring back the moa. You know?
Yeah, that seems like completely reasonable ask.
Yeah.
Let's clone them bitches.
Let's get to this last minute of the Triassic.
Yeah.
Right here, the the bone was over here. This is the piece that we're seeing in the ocean. It says 164 millions of years in one picture. Absolute nonsense. Everything I have came off the surface of the earth. Nothing is buried. It's all above.
Drink for him not understanding how geology works.
Yeah, that's like a Hovindism right there. Where did it come from? I tried to talk to him about that when I spoke with Hovind. I was like, explain him like, if you don't know where the layers come from, have you like ever had to do edging on your sidewalk? You don't know where the new layers of growth and deposition come from?
Maybe he got his lesson from Cotton Eye Joe.
Yeah.
Where did it come from? Where did it go? Where did it come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
Layers go in, layers go out. No one understands why.
Aye.
And it all happened, according to Velikovsky, 3,500 years ago. All of these things
Velikovsky's
occurred.
not a textbook.
I don't know about Typhon and so forth. It appears that all this stuff happened at the same time. All these creatures were killed when Venus
Drink.
almost impacted
Does
her.
Drink.
Is that icon on his desktop just above his freaking photo of his whiteboard, top right corner? Does that say like Jim's head?
Yes, it does.
What
Yes,
the fuck?
it does.
All right, so we got a lot to look into this, and I want to get deeper and deeper and deeper into it. And you know, the book about Velikovsky, my original book that I put out years ago, is still available. It's Mudfossils and Velikovsky and Minds in Collision.
Mudfossils.
I'm telling you,
You drunk hillbilly shite.
he's more drunk than we are. He's got a fucking DNA in meteorites 0.png.
Oh no, should we choose Gooseneck Caesar?
Z understanding mud fossils with field ID. Light and electron flood.
Sorry, DNA in meteoroids. What the hell? Does this guy just have a mug of moonshine under his desk?
Oh, on the lower right. I think it says giant wanking.png.
No, that's walking. You just have a dirty mind, Ember.
Are you sure?
I think that's an L. I mean, this whole video is an L, but still.
Ah,
Oh no, did I steal your joke?
I was about to say that.
What can we say?
wait.
You took it out of Ember's hand into your own.
But I'm glad that you said it because I didn't want to make it sound like we were saying your stream was an L, because the stream was fun, but
I'm glad you've enjoyed it, but we still have to get to the goose.
the golden goose.
What's good
So,
for the goose?
might call for another bio break after this video ends. Okay, can we last 18 seconds without pausing?
No.
It's only 99 cents. It's just so that I can document he was a hero. He was the one that put.
Okay, I'm sorry. Who was he talking about?
Deeper into it, and you know the book about Velikovsky, my original book that I put out years ago, is still available. It's Mudfossils and Velikovsky and Minds in Collision. It's only 99 cents. It's just so that I can document he was a hero. He was the one that put. They destroyed his whole life for him telling the truth.
He was a
To me, that's a
fucking
hero.
fiction author, you
Drink.
flip-doodle.
Oh boy. Well, so second video is done. Let's take a quick bio break and then we'll hopefully finish the last video within a minute or two. Well, in less than 15 or 30 minutes. We'll see. See you all in a couple.
We've all had a couple, but
Woo!
Hey, I have not had anything, sir. I am a pure Christian boy. Sorry, you might have heard my girlfriend cackling in the back.
I'm sorry, drunk, but I'm officer.
Well, I am back. How you feeling, Beamsy? Not too tired yet out?
Oh, I'm nearly gone, but I'll see what the cat's up to first before I drop.
Fair. I
It's
mean,
the
hey,
kid-
you're tired and we're all drunk. That's fine.
I can't believe how bad he was, and it was worse than what you said.
You can't? Like, I don't say this lightly, but this guy is something special. In multiple senses of the phrase.
In the way that his mummy says he's special?
Among others, yeah.
No, everyone else says, don't mind him, he's special.
I do not follow a god, but damn, man. I see something in the chat about a cat. Are we showing cats now?
I can get a picture of her.
Is she floofy?
She's got no tail.
Is she a Manx?
No, she's a pixie bob.
Oh. So she's tiny too, then?
No.
Oh.
Well, unfortunately, I have been told I cannot show our cat, which is sad because I have several cute pictures of him.
I'm just going to dump him in the Discord, and then you can invite Bree into it.
Oh yeah, sure. We have a club. Bree, you want to join the club?
Okay. You can invite me.
Welcome to the
There it is.
Evolutionists.
Yeah, I see a Spinosaur.
Yep. This is where we come up with all our evil plans.
Makes sense. You need some place to be able to do that.
Aw, she's adorable. All I remember from her name is Mew Mew.
Comrade Princess Mew Mew, Edwina Anastasia Romanoveskaya Mew Mew, the first of the Fairfect of Mew Mew.
And how much of that does she respond to?
Cats don't respond to name calling.
Mine does. Oh, zoom. Wee. Oh, how old is she?
About 4 or 5.
Okay.
Does she have her
Mine's, I
claws?
think 2 or 3 right now.
Of course.
Good.
Declawing is illegal in Australia for the reasons that you might as well de-knuckle people.
Yeah, it's cruel.
Okay.
It's needlessly cruel. Yeah.
Yeah,
Their claws are literally their end part of our knuckles. So if you take off the if you take off the very tip end knuckle of all your fingers, it's the same thing as declawing a cat.
We clip his like once every couple weeks just so he doesn't stab us while we sleep because he'll do that otherwise. But
clipping is fine.
Ours has all his claws.
Yeah, clipping is fine. Declawing, no.
Yeah. Anyway, so we have a 4-minute video here.
Yeah, but
I'm scared.
Declawing is regarded as cruelty to animals because, quite literally, the claw is an evolved part of the end knuckle, and therefore you're taking away a lot of sensitivity, and they actually go through a lot of mental disorders if you declaw them.
Really?
Their body's not working right. Yeah. It's like...
Huh.
But I'm sure that there's some psychological dysmorphia there, right?
Does it affect them as much if you declaw them as kittens?
Yes, it does, because have you actually seen the way they stretch? And it's part of the claiming their territory.
Okay. Like they need the claws there to use the scent glands in their paws?
Yeah. When the claws dig into something, it allows them to push in to actually activate the scent claws between the pads.
Okay. Okay. I'm not a cat anonymous, but that checks out from what I know.
A cat has many different ways of claiming. They can use their anal secretions, the secretions on their cheeks, or between their pads.
Don't they also have some between the ears?
Don't know about that one, but it covers from their neck up to their cheeks and around their head. That's their cheek glands.
That's why they rub their little faces all over you.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Ember's kitty.
Baby kitty.
And her tail isn't docked. It's just that's the way she's born. If you take your thumb and rub it along her tail, you can feel each and every tiny little bones that have been shrunk down. So she has as many bones in her tail as a normal cat. They're just so tiny.
Okay. Oh, yeah, Ember, I used to have a cat like this, except he had a pattern on his forehead that looked like a Decepticon logo.
Sweet.
So my nickname for him was the Decepticat.
Nice.
And you can
Predators
tell
in
that
disguise.
if you look at my cat compared to Ember's on the face, do you see how Ember's cat has an M?
I think so.
That's how you tell they're a tabby. And if you look at my cat, it hasn't really got that M. It's just got two lines.
Huh.
Hmm. Oh, well, let's go ahead and finish this final video, unless we find another turn one. Same rules as before, I'd say. Is it a duck or a goose?
Well, here's one about Ken Hovind if you want.
Bonjour, my good friends. It's Roger
We'll
once
see.
again, and I have a serious issue here trying to determine, is this a goose? Is this a duck? Here's the feather.
Roger,
pattern. You see?
it's a rock.
Not only that, but he said something about feathers, so that's 2 drinks.
Yeah.
Oh man, really can't taste the alcohol with these. Genuinely just tastes like cranberry juice, which I do kind of like.
Never had cranberries.
Have you had raspberries?
Yes.
They're like a slightly more sour raspberry.
Sour or tart? I think they're more tart.
Tart, I guess.
I don't
But
need you more
similar
tart. We've got
enough
3.
difference. Oh boy. Oh, also, Beamsy, that video is 17 minutes. I don't
Yes,
know how
but we
late
won't be
these
stopping
two
it.
are good for tonight.
But trust me, you won't be pausing that one.
Is it just that bad?
No, it's that good.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, tell you what, we'll start it after this video, but if either Ember or Bree want to drop out at any time, feel free. Because I've already kept you for 3.5 hours, so up to you if you want to
Yeah.
stay up more.
I need to know about this goose, though.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go for the goose.
You got it
And the
on his
gander.
head, that big flap of a feather.
That's a scratch, you melon. You wrinkled melon.
You know how the
I
back
can't find that on.
of a bird's neck is flat, right? With it's squared, like a bird is.
Possibly? Doesn't it depend on the bird species?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Any other? Well, I'm not an avian sort of person,
Avian.
so that's what I'm asking for.
Avian sort of person.
No, he said Evian.
I mean, he's technically correct there too. He is not an avian or evian person.
So he's never played Pokemon?
For my avian friends to tell me what the hell this is. Now, it doesn't appear to
It's
be
a rock.
He used the H word.
That's
a
speciesist.
turkey. Absolutely not. but it seems to be a goose or a duck. But the duck is a little different, and the goose does not seem to have that flap on the top of its head. So I don't know. Please help me. All right, thank you. Talk to somebody that knows birds. Oh, and by the way, we're going to be going into all this. You know,
Ooh, what's that one on the left? It looks exciting.
It looks phallic.
Ah,
Oh, jeez. I think if your experience with phalluses looks like that, you might have a problem.
Oh, come on, it wouldn't even touch the sides.
Let's see. We got petrified wood, riverstone, 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 stone, possibly riverstone. A lot of these are just broken riverstones. This one could either be like a perforated limestone or maybe a coral. Also, is that baby monitor?
I'm not sure about that. There's some quartz in there too, though. Just that purple one, it looks like a quartz.
Yeah. A lot of them are cut in half as well, so that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, either cut or broken. Yeah.
Geodes.
But like, what is this?
There's a lot of random gizmos that have that basic shape.
It looks like a
can't tell
humidifier.
from here.
My first thought was baby monitor. I don't know.
Is that an old timey cell phone there below it?
I thought that it could also be a pocket camera.
It looks like a remote to me. I don't know.
Bird, there's not much we can do more on this. Is what it is what it is. I mean, I can look at it in the microscope, and you can see the fabric of the feathers versus the beak and so forth, and I suppose we'll do that. And of course, then you got the giant egg. That's the first thing that I found that set me off.
Woo!
Anyway.
We solved the mystery of the goose.
On this journey, and there's a strange story behind that.
I don't like how he was stroking that rock.
He was very excited.
Look,
Yeah.
I have lots of friends who are rocks. That was very subjective, sir.
Which I don't. Well, we'll go into at some point. But anyway, this is it's amazing stuff. It really is. Now, I got something here that I wanted to show because the little kids, they love this. Oh, here it is right here. Look at this. Check this out. This is a lung. That's a tiny, tiny little lung.
Hold on,
Drink.
from the camera. Also, drink.
It's a tiny lung.
Can you imagine? It's a little bitty lung. I don't know. It's a chipmunk or something. I don't know what it is. Frog.
A rock.
How does he imagine a lung got turned to stone without the rest of the creature it belonged to?
And how would it be inflated while it was dead?
Well, because it was torn out via the flood blender. That's how we got the meat layer. Obviously. And the lung survived, so we would know that it was a product of God.
Can you imagine how that meat layer smelled?
You thought the methane on the ark was a problem.
Oh.
Having been on a beach after a big storm, yes, I can.
But it's we're going to look at all these things, and you'll be able to understand them all. You need to get a little magnifying glass like this here. Get something like this, and then you'll be able to look at these things. Because I have fingers that are smaller than this. I'm serious. Fingers that are just like almost like needles.
I can see your fingers, sir. I don't think
Like-
they're smaller than that.
Like, what does
No.
it mean? Your fingers are not smaller. They are objectively not.
He's
No,
gonna do
he's
it
talking. He's
Ant-Man.
found fingers smaller than this.
Uh-huh.
So that's another drink, and that magnifying glass is horrible. It's not even a 5-time magnification.
Well, okay, it depends. Because I have a hand magnifying glass like that that's, I think, it's either 35 or 25 or 40 times. So I do have a magnifying glass like that that is pretty good.
They can be pretty good, but that one's a cheapo that's about 5 times with what he put it up to it. It's about 5 times magnification. You could get those with up to 55 times magnification, but they're expensive.
Yeah, mine was like $100 to $200, I think.
He's got one of those Costco ones for about $5.
You know what? Actually, I have it right here next to my desk.
Wish.com.
Just a sec.
Remember, John, you must keep the black pants on the end of the bed, otherwise the cat will have nowhere to sleep.
Yeah, that's my button. Where's my magnet? Where's my magnets? Oh, it's here somewhere. I got a lot of pockets in this bag.
That's why you get a vest for him.
A vest of many pockets.
Yeah.
Because I carry a lot of basic field equipment in this bag. So I just have the handheld thing with it. Oh, where are you? Okay, I don't know where it is exactly, but I know I have it somewhere. Oh wait, there's the box.
I am not going to say what just is going through my head.
Yeah, okay, it's 10 times, but it's still pretty decent. Like, it's not the best, but it's good enough for field identification. You know?
Hooray!
His looks like it, though I can't say for sure if it is.
Can't imagine the things that preserved, and they did preserve. We think they just rot away. Well, they will in oxygen, water exposed to the air, and the sunlight and all that. Absolutely. But you put these in salt water into mud, and just put them away somewhere.
Okay. For anyone who's curious, we know what fossilized organs look like. Like, we actually have a really good idea. This is what they look like. But they don't look like that. See, can I even find a good picture to look at? Oh, this will work.
You don't find organs you can pick up. They're usually attached pretty well to what they've been preserved in.
Mm-hmm. I think this is an Italian, but yeah. This looks like a pretty good diagram.
Yeah, that's Italian.
Yeah. Like, these are what organs look like when they're fossilized. They're pretty dang messy.
Come in.
Nobody home.
Oh. Was your helper there?
No, that wasn't me. I think that was someone
Did you
knocking
not
on
just
Breeze.
say come in?
Yeah, but
That was me.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh,
My
well,
hair
let's
is
finish
already.
this.
My hair is sitting up
And then
behind
after
me.
a
The
year or
door's
so,
already
come
open.
back and they will turn into leathery like, and then when they finally dry out, they'll be mud fossils, just like what I have here. And you know,
That's
I
a
did
drink.
it. I've done it. What I did was I put a little electricity through the water because that's what the Earth is nothing more than a generator, and as it spins through the
It's a
electrons
little more than a
and
generator.
Boy.
space, it creates a generator effect which sends electricity through our poles and sucks electrons to Earth.
Drink.
First, what? Second, the? Third?
ever living. Someone doesn't
There is what they
understand
call
magnetism.
So someone doesn't understand anything.
telluric currents.
Does anybody
that flow
really
into
understand
our Earth.
magnetism?
We
I have
understand its effects.
I have a relatively decent understanding of it, but again, I don't have a complete understanding of it.
Well, in fairness, no one has a complete understanding because we haven't found any fucking monopoles yet.
I don't even know what y'all are talking about, so I'm just gonna say okay.
And that really is gravity. I mean, I'm serious.
That
What?
haughty fucking chuckle. I want to throw a goose at him.
I'm sorry,
Turns
what?
to Earth. So there is what they call telluric currents. They flow into our Earth, and that really is gravity.
Drink.
What?
Telluric.
Sorry, that's 3 drinks.
Sorry, does telluric mean transmitted urine, or is my Latin dying?
Telluric.
Because uric means urine.
The uric acid.
Yeah, like transmitted urine? What? What?
It's basically ley lines with a different hocus pocus. Woo woo.
I mean, I'm serious. That's what gravity is. Anything that has electrons is pulled to Earth. If
No!
lightning and
Drink.
static is nothing.
He's been talking to fucking wits that I can see.
And telluric means earthly. It's from the French telluric.
Okay.
Nothing but electrons, and pew, they slam to Earth and they explode whatever they hit. The
Drink.
rest of the stuff just drops.
No! Electrons explode whatever they hit.
That would create an interesting world of physics.
For real.
Be exciting.
So smacks into the surface of the Earth. Anyway, that's a whole nother story. And I'm going to go into all my different scientific areas because I cover
Drink.
everything, and I feel confident.
I don't even know what I'm drinking for, but you said drink, so I'm drinking.
Crime against science because of all his scientific instruments.
Ugh.
In everything, and I have studied everything. So if somebody wants to interact,
That was what, 3
Damn it,
words?
Beamsy.
I have studied everything. Crime against science. Drink.
Okay, that counts.
I'm ready. And I'm going to show you my research work because nobody can understand
That's a crime against
anybody
science.
that has like me that works in a bunch of different realms. That's what I do. I cannot help
Crime
myself.
against science.
If I don't understand something, I will understand it before I
Damn
walk
it,
away
Roger, I
from it.
can't even
Crime against
swallow
science.
fast
Myself
enough.
compulsive, just the way I am.
That was 4 crimes against science in the last 20 seconds, was it?
You just need to start drinking when he starts talking and stop drinking when he stops talking. What's the problem?
I know, we may as well fucking just chug while he speaks.
Jesus. Okay. That is the goose question.
And this is a love story about Ken Hovind. I think we need this after all that bullshit.
Once again, Bree, Ember, thank you for staying along. If you need to bow out at any point, please do feel free. Otherwise,
trust
feel
me.
free to keep with us and laugh, I hope, or cry. It's Kent. It's probably both.
No, this one's a laugh. You'll enjoy it.
Okay.
I'm waiting for it. Let's see what Potholer has to say.
I do not know this potholer. Let us see.
teacher, Kent Hovind, and I have our differences when it comes to the theory of evolution. He says animals can be neatly divided into kinds, defined as those that can bring forth.
See, if they can bring forth, they're the same kind. Simple definition, can they bring forth?
Which means that no matter how many generations pass, they never change into new kinds, in other words, animals that can't interbreed. I cite the evidence showing that animals do change over time to the point where they can no longer interbreed, thus forming new species. It's a process called speciation, and it's the very definition of evolution. Hovind and I are so far apart on this that I'm sorry to say we're no longer speaking to each other, and I've stopped making prison visits. But now I've got some important and exciting news. It seems that we're about to reconcile our beliefs. I know, hard to fathom, but in the interests of love and harmony, we may have come up with a mingling of our cerebral juices, if you will, that satisfies us both. I'm talking about nothing less than a coming together of evolution and creationism.
Love, exciting and new. Come aboard. We're expecting you.
Oh no, my earbud died.
Life's sweetest reward.
Not like that. When I talk about reconciling evolution and creationism, I don't mean I've changed my position at all. No, Hovind has, and I didn't even notice it. So let me tell you how this extraordinary revelation came about. Last year I did a video.
Oh, Beamsy, I'm gonna guess you've already seen this. Does he
Yes.
include the clip of Hovind advocating for eugenics?
No, this is more about Hovind embarrassing himself.
Ah, okay.
This is entirely entertaining.
This is
so I
fun
thought
so
everyone
far.
would
I'm
have a
just
laugh.
making sure.
Yeah.
Fair.
A video on ring species in which I quoted Hovind giving a very clear definition of a kind.
If they can bring forth, they're the same kind. Simple definition, can they bring forth? A dog and a wolf can mate and bring forth. A dog and a banana cannot. Now see, Charlie Darwin wrote a book called The Origin
How
of
does he know that?
Species. And how the Christian church got
Because
lost in the
Kent, he
1800s and
knows
didn't catch
everything.
that, I don't know. But they didn't catch what's happening. They're changing the definition. If they'd have stuck with the word kind, we never would have had this dumb evolution theory permeating our society. They bring forth, they're the same kind. Anyway.
Couldn't be simpler. And then, of course, I showed how ring species completely stuff up this neat definition. Same kind. Oh! We've hit the same problem. These ones at the end can't be the same kind because they can't interbreed. Not long afterwards, I got a message from a Hovind fan, Shift+180, who said I had misrepresented Hovind's definition of a kind. He said Hovind accepts that animals change over time because of natural selection. Yes, that's true, he always has said that. Hovind calls this microevolution. But the fan went further, insisting that Hovind also accepts that this change can produce descendants that can't interbreed. I told him Hovind can't possibly have admitted that. I mean, that's the very definition of evolution. But blow me down, he was right. He sent me a clip of Hovind debating students at Berkeley.
The Bible says that if they can bring forth, that is, reproduce, they're the same kind. It could be that animals have diversified, like Alaska rabbits and Florida rabbits, and no longer interbreed. Okay.
You know, I'd like a poll of how many students in this audience think he's an idiot. And if the number is any less than 99%, I will eat something on my desk.
They're still obviously the same kind. They could originally interbreed.
I hope you understand what Hovind is saying here. If they can bring forth, they're the same kind. This is his simple definition as he's...
Oh, yeah, sorry. Also, just because this is someone else's content, I do kind of need to shout it out. This is by Potholer54. I do not know of him, but I am curious to learn more.
I've watched a lot of his stuff, especially his climate change stuff is excellent and well researched, amazing.
Yeah, he's well researched in all these stuff. And you have seen something like this before. Remember that carbon one I showed you? Same guy.
Vaguely.
I'm still listening. I'm gonna go get a piece of cheesecake though.
Ooh, tasty.
Explained it before. But then he goes on to say that even if they can't bring forth, they can also be the same kind as long as they have a common ancestor. I thought Hovind must have been cornered by radical Berkeley biologists, but when another YouTuber, YouTube Detective, sent me a video he had made criticizing my ring species video, he included yet another Hovind clip containing the same subtle shift in position.
Natural selection will never change an animal to a new kind of animal. It'll only keep the species strong. And it might allow the species to adapt to a new environment. We now have Alaska rabbits that are able to survive in 20 below zero. And we have Florida rabbits that are able to survive in 100 degrees. And they are not interfertile. They're considered a different subspecies, maybe even a different species. I don't know. Now, both of those Alaska rabbits and Florida rabbits can breed with Minnesota rabbits. They're kind of in the middle. Okay. And they're going to say, see, this is evolution. No, it's a variation, and it's still a rabbit. That doesn't prove we came from a rock, folks. That's just a variety. That's all it is. And that's all that can ever be offered is examples of variation.
Far from...
You know, it's crazy how his material hasn't changed in a decade or two.
This is
If
3
anything, I'd
decades.
say
This
it's
is from the
regressed.
80s.
80s. Wouldn't that be 4 decades?
Yeah, it's getting there.
Up to 4 decades.
Late 80s was when he started. Late 80s, early 90s, so that's why it's about 30 years.
Okay. Regardless, it almost feels like he's regressed, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Being a clip of Hovind I won't show you, I'm delighted to show you this because, once again, Hovind amends his definition of a kind. It's possible Hovind had to make this change when someone pointed out that Florida and Alaska rabbits can mate with Minnesota rabbits, but not with each other. It's a kind of ring species with open ends. But in making the change, Hovind has opened up a whole new can of worms. You see, if Hovind accepts that a population of rabbits can split into 2 groups that change over time to the point where they can no longer interbreed, then he also has to accept that each of these populations can then split into 2 groups that change over time to the point where they can no longer interbreed, and so on, and so on. So what we end up with is this. A lot of groups, each looking very different from the others, some bigger, some with longer tails.
Oh, hey, I do dig how he changed the look of the rabbits throughout the graph. Like, you can tell they're slightly different. That's kind of neat. Just an extra detail that he didn't have to include. Bravo.
Which one, if you turn sideways, becomes a duck?
Okay, which one? Like my head is sideways. Which one?
I don't know. I was asking.
I don't know.
Snouts, different diets that can no longer interbreed. Now, what does this chart remind you of? If this is not evolution, then what is it?
It's a variation, and it's still a rabbit.
But evolution is variation. So let's do a quick checklist of what the theory of evolution actually proposes and compare. Hovind thinks a species will change over time as it adapts to new environments, and that's what the theory of evolution says. Hovind thinks this is because of natural selection. Well, that's what the theory of evolution says. Hovind thinks this will produce a variety of new populations of animals that can no longer interbreed. Yes, that's what the theory of evolution says. Hovind calls this variation. The theory of evolution calls it evolution. And finally, Hovind says organisms change, but always stay within their own kind. And the theory of evolution can at last agree, since a kind is now defined as an organism that shares a common ancestry. So the only thing we're left arguing about is what to call this process, and since Hovind has come so far in accepting every single facet of the theory of evolution, as described by Charles Darwin, I think I can accommodate him a little by accepting what...
Uh-oh.
I thought you'd like this.
Oh dear, Kenty boy, I think you might have stuck yourself.
Whatever name he wants to call it. Because, quite frankly, what to call a discovery is far less important than the discovery itself. And I'm happy to call animals that share a common ancestor a kind, if Hovind wants to call them that, rather than genus, family, order, and class, as preferred by biologists. So is there any
like
last
Clade.
loophole that prevents variation from being...
What was
Old
that?
video.
I said I like Clade.
Yeah, old video.
Clades are fun.
Yeah, from 11 years ago. Was that before Kent went to prison?
It was
This
when
is
he was
why
in
he was
prison.
in prison.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Exactly the same as evolution. Yes, Hovind has another way to define a...
Sorry, I kind of came on the creation scene like last year, honestly. So all this is still kind of new to me.
kind, and that is, it's obvious. So obvious that the acid test for a kind is to get a 5-year-old child to tell you. Now this seems like such an absurd and unscientific definition, even for Hovind, that you probably think I'm making it up. So, roll tape.
I think in 99.9% of the cases, it would be obvious to a 5-year-old which animals are the same kind.
And just to show he's right, in another lecture Hovind finds a 5-year-old, well, a 6-year-old, who can do just that.
Is anybody in here 5 or 6 years old? Who's 5 or 6? How old are you?
That's not a question to ask
6.
in
What's your
public,
name?
sir.
What did he say?
That's not a question to ask in public, sir.
No, but
Again-
what did he say?
Oh, is anybody here 5 or 6 years old?
Well, who knows? Maybe in like 5 or 6 years, we'll know if it's appropriate for Kent to ask that. I am not making any claims, but if it happened, I wouldn't be surprised.
Rachel? Rachel, why don't you take a test here, Rachel? Here we have a dog, a wolf, a coyote, and a banana. Which one is not like the others? The banana. Very good. Let's give her a hand.
Now this isn't my test for what defines a kind, it's Hovind's. So let's apply it. Which one is not like the others? Clearly the banana, which makes all the others the same kind, right? They're all rabbits. Sorry, no, they're not. This one is a hare. But that's okay, hares and rabbits share a common ancestor, and they're all laparids. And since Hovind defines a kind as a population that shares a common ancestor, even though they can't interbreed, and a 5-year-old thinks the banana is the odd one out, then laparids are obviously the same kind. And while we're at it, varieties of pika also share a common ancestor with rabbits and hares, so they must be the same kind. Now, pika aren't laparids, but pika, rabbits, and hares are all lagomorphs, so they're all the same kind. Now, pika don't exactly look like rabbits.
Man, lagomorphs are interesting. I remember having to dissect them in my anatomy class, and it was interesting trying to dissect a rabbit. I remember I actually did it wrong the first time.
They are damnably quick.
Are they close to gliers in their anatomy? I would assume so.
I
They got that.
don't know how close, but I could believe they're pretty close.
No.
Rabbits, but that doesn't matter. That's not a criterion for being the same kind. Hovind shows that himself in this illustration of what variation can do to an animal kind. And biologists agree. What an animal looks like is no guide to its genetic heritage. I'll show you what I mean. Here we have an echidna, a hedgehog, a porcupine, and a banana. Once again, the banana is not like the others, which a 5-year-old can tell you must mean that the others are the same kind. But one's a rodent, one's an insectivore, and the other's a monotreme, which means it lays eggs. Even so, they all fulfill Hovind's criteria for being the same kind. They're all mammal. Remember, I'm going by Hovind's definition of a kind, not mine. They share a common ancestry even though they can't interbreed, and they're obviously the same kind when put up against a banana for the judgment of a 5-year-old. What about the name? Maybe if they all have the same name, they're the same kind. Well, Hovind doesn't define a kind that way, and for good reason, because animals don't come with names, we give them names. If you want to argue that bears are the same kind because they're all called bears, what about koala bears? If they're really bears, then how come they have pouches and other bears don't? And there's another danger with grouping animals by their names. If you stick a 5-year-old creationist kid in front of this puzzle, it's likely to cause some confusion, because obviously the banana is again not like the others, so they must all be the same kind. Yes, they're all apes. Oh dear, you may not like where this is heading. And if they're all the same kind, they must have...
Fun fact, out of all of these, the banana, or the gorilla has the smallest banana of all of them. Well, on average.
An ancestor. Quick, get that kid away and send him off to Christian camp. Oh gosh, creationists are running out of get-out clauses here. Okay, here's one. Animals can change over time into new varieties, but there's a limit on how far that variation can go. Okay, what's the limit? If one population of animals can divide into two, and each of those can divide into two, and each of those can divide into two, what's the limiting factor? Does natural selection suddenly stop working after a certain number of species have been produced? As long as they're all defined as the same kind, no creationist seems to have imposed any limit. After discovering Hovin's change of definition, I soon began to find other creationists accepting speciation, even in websites like Answers in Genesis. Barriers to reproduction do seem to arise among varieties that once interbred. But again, Gary Parker doesn't like to call this evolution. How does he get out of it? Well, he explains, any real evolution, macroevolution, requires an expansion of the gene pool, the addition of new genes and new traits. Well, that's not any definition of evolution I've ever heard of. And in fact, biology textbooks are full of examples of organisms that lose traits as they evolve. The ancestors of whales once had feet. The ancestors of penguins could fly. The ancestors of moles could see. And the ancestors of chickens had teeth. And at the same time, they gain new traits. Whales can hold their breath underwater, penguins are protected against the cold, moles have powerful claws for digging. All of this is evolution. Evolution is defined in most biology textbooks as a change in the gene pool, a change in features and traits, and a change or a modification of an organism's characteristics. Parker is trying to make up his own definition of evolution simply because the accepted definition is uncomfortably close to his view of how animals change over time. But the problem with trying to shift the goalposts like this is that his own new theory of speciation automatically moves with them, because whatever arguments he uses to show that animals can't change into new species automatically negates his own theory that animals can change into new species. Let's take Parker's main argument against evolution as an example. Each variety resulting from reproductive isolation has a smaller gene pool than the original. What he's saying quite correctly is that evolution works like this. A population of animals separates geographically into two groups. According to the theory of evolution, each will change over time. One group might move into a cold environment and grow thick fur and a mechanism for preventing frostbite. Another group might live in a wooded environment and adapt to climbing trees. A third group might adapt to tropical wetlands and change its diet to crabs and insects. Now, Parker argues that evolution isn't possible because as each population splits, each new subgroup will have a smaller gene pool than the original large group. Instead, he proposes a different model of speciation. A population of animals separates geographically into two groups. According to Parker's idea, each will change over time. One group might move into a cold environment and grow thick fur and a mechanism for preventing frostbite. Another group might live in a wooded environment and adapt to climbing trees. A third group might adapt to tropical wetlands and change its diet to crabs and insects.
Huh?
No, that was Pothole saying that.
Oh. Oh, sorry, I'm drunk.
This is exactly the same as the theory of evolution. But according to Parker, evolution can't happen because each separated population has a smaller gene pool. And yet, according to Parker, speciation can happen under exactly the same circumstances, using exactly the same mechanism of natural selection. So, as long as we don't call it evolution, creationists...
Oh, hey, Diplocolus. Really
Yeah, I saw
cute
that too.
little weird boomerang amphibian.
Boomerang head.
Some of them weren't
Yeah.
little.
Well, Diplocolus was. It was only like, what, 2 or 3 feet long?
Yeah, and there's another one with the membrane cat that was about 3 or 4 meters long.
Was it Eriops or was that another amphibian?
Another amphibian.
I know there were a few that got really big.
Eriops was pretty
a
big,
cute little
though.
boomerang guy. Oh, and hey, Latamaria. That's the coelacanths belong to that one.
Yeah.
And where do we fall on this? Oh, we fall to the two reptiles tree, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say we're definitely not a Norix.
It should
Well, I
just
mean,
say two
kinda
tetrapoda, or rest
Yeah,
the rest of tetrapoda, I guess would
or
be the
to amniota maybe,
yeah.
because
Be better,
frogs are
amniota.
still tetrapods.
Well, everything else on here seems to be grouped by limb structure, so I was just
Roughly, yeah. I would say to amniota because that's what distinguishes us from amphibians. Amphibians don't really have much of an amnion.
That's why it's 2 reptiles, because the Ichthyogea is tictalic.
Well, Ichthyostega is a Tiktaalik-like species.
Yeah,
Or
that's what I
genus.
said. That's where tictalic would be. That's why I said that's a tictalic.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah.
But still, to reptiles isn't exactly right, because we weren't quite reptiles, I think, when we split from them. We were sort of an intermediate, because that's how evolution usually is.
Yeah,
I think
One line
amniota is
went
the
towards-
best.
Yeah, amniota.
The 2
Except
reptiles
that
should
animals-
split 3 more times before it goes to reptiles, but yeah.
Yeah, without making it too complicated.
Can evolve. Oh, damn. I mean, change. And Hovind agrees, as long as we call it variation. Because if we switch from a hypothetical to a real example, Hovind says that canids, or dogs as he calls them, all came from a common ancestor, producing wolves that can survive in Arctic conditions, foxes that can climb trees in North American forests, and foxes that live in South American swamplands eating crabs and insects. Since Parker argues that this kind of change or variation happens, we can't really take him seriously when he gives reasons as to why it can't happen. And here's someone else who accepts that it happens.
Since 2 dogs walked off the ark, then as the population of dogs increased, eventually the population would split up and different groups would form.
Oh, hey, that's Australian word ham.
Yeah.
The gene pool was split up, different combinations of genes inherited from the original dogs would end up in different groups. Thus different species would form, such as dingoes, wolves, and so on. Now, evolutionists have always insisted that such a process happens slowly, and therefore the Bible can't be right when it says the land animals came off the ark only 4,500 years ago.
Well,
Also, by the way, that is an ugly-ass dinosaur. Like, jeez.
It's a Jurassic Park raptor, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Jurassic Parkified as shit. That is so ugly.
So you haven't actually seen the Creationist Museum, have you?
Look, I don't want to.
Gutsick Gibbon went. That's good enough.
Well, Gutsick Gibbon can go. They have a lot of dinosaurs, and I don't like.
No, that's what I mean. Is Gutsick Gibbon died for our sins? Like she did it, so none of us have to.
Oh, I see. Aaron Ra did too. Aaron did too.
Well, yeah, he's actually been a couple of times because every so often they hold an anniversary and protest.
Yeah, he was in the background of that Bill Nye tour, wasn't he?
Oh, he was in the front, right next to Ken and Bill. He was just on the edge of the frame, so he got cut off in some of the shots. The debate was originally supposed to be Aaron versus Ken Ham in Texas, but Answers in Genesis was like, you know what? Doing it in a neutral location isn't a great idea. We need to hold it at our facility. And Aaron wouldn't, or no, they didn't even ask Aaron. They went and found somebody else who'd be willing to go to a very not neutral location. And Bill Nye was the second choice.
Yeah,
I'm
still mad that the Ark Encounter has this this beautiful diorama of Simasuchus. I am so mad at that.
Do you want to go
Like,
steal it? I've heard their
They-
security is basically Eric Hovind with a flashlight.
If it wasn't illegal, I would, because they are so goddamn cute. They do not deserve to be in that horrific prison of lies.
Surely they don't have the only cast of that model, though.
They don't, but this is such a freaking cute model.
Yeah,
It left the
model.
It left the art to multiply.
Their stuff is life size too, isn't it?
Yeah, and they're literally pug sized, and they're freaking adorable, and I love them, and I hate that they're at the Ark Encounter. It is a crime, an actual crime.
So, herbivorous crocodile.
Yeah, little herbivorous land crocodile. They're so cute and so sweet, and they were featured on Prehistoric Planet Season 2, and I was so happy. Because look at that pretty face.
I haven't watched it yet, so now
I highly recommend it. Highly recommend.
It's interesting that the only difference Ken Ham can find with evolution is the timescale. Now, I've always known that Ken Ham, like other creationists, accepted natural selection. The evolution of the horse is explained right there in his Creation Museum. Of course, it's not called evolution, it's called development. Boy, they really think it's all about what you call something, don't they? But the diagram doesn't show the horse evolving or developing into different species that can't interbreed. And for the most part, creationist preachers won't tell you this unless someone specifically brings up the issue of ring species or rabbits. So now you have two different ways to confuse a creationist. If they don't accept that animals change into new species that can't interbreed, show them the example of ring species. And if they do accept it, then ask them how this is different to evolution. But isn't it nice after all these years to know that creationists are finally accepting evolution or change or variety or whatever they want to call it, and it's so nice to come together. Not like that.
I thought you would enjoy that.
That was fun. That was fun.
Nope.
That said, we've been at this for 4 hours. I think I'm going to use the bathroom quick and, I don't know, maybe play some Elden Ring until everyone leaves the chat. Because that might be fun.
I'm going to go get some sleep.
Yes.
Yeah, fair. If
I'm
anyone
going to
wants
go
to
eat.
hang around and watch some weird Elden Ring mods, feel free. Otherwise, have a great night or afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. Links to all these fine people is in the chat or in the description below.
I think you'll enjoy more of
Adios.
Pothole 54. He's very good, but he doesn't post as much anymore.
Yeah, I'll check him out later. But I'm gonna head to the bathroom for now. See you guys in a minute.
Night, everybody.
Later, folks.
Hey there, everyone. I am back. Sorry about that. Had to take a bit longer break than I intended. Oof. Nevertheless, should have a little bit of fun for you guys. Excuse me, I have a little bit of hiccups. Anyway, I'm gonna play a little bit of Elden Ring. Just a little bit. Should be kind of fun. If you don't want to join, or if you don't want to hang out for that, that's fine. It's just gonna be a little bit of a little light bit of gaming. Nothing beyond that. I am playing a mod though. I am playing the Convergence mod, which is a little bit different from the normal game. By which I mean they add a ton of really crazy stuff. Like, for example, we have a little training area where you can test out your stuff on this poor little Albinauric here. And, well, there's a few new snazzy weapons to try out. This is the Celestial Blade. It's, well, it does a few things. I think that's pretty cool. It also can do this. Keep in mind, this is fully unupgraded, too. It gets a little crazy with time. But that's true for a lot of things in this mod. It adds a ton of really, really cool stuff that I am more than happy to share with you all, if you would like to join me. First, let's go ahead and make some materials to upgrade it. And I can use this site here. Well, actually, that said, it is getting pretty late. Here. Y'all have a good night. Thank you for joining us tonight. It's been a lot of fun. It's also been pretty painful. Hopefully next week is not so bad. Regardless, hope you have a great night, everyone. Thank you for joining us. If you'd like to hear any more from any of our guests tonight, their links are in the description. Also down there is my Patreon if you'd like to support me directly before YouTube lets me monetize anything. Regardless, have a good afternoon, evening, night, whatever time it is for you. See you next time.